Co, może przynieść cały plecak. Dobrze. Nie będzie tak prościej do interpretacji, bo my z tym nie chcemy wyjść po prostu. Wy sobie, a wy przyjdźcie trochę wcześniej, żeby oni nas dopuścili. Jesteście dodani? Bo oni mogą mnie dopuścić na przykład. No to może przyjdźcie też.
You know, in events like this, you're trying.
Cienījamie kolēģi, lūdzu ieņemiet.
Estimados colegas.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats.
Les ruego que tomen asiento, por favor.
Dāmas un kungi,
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished delegates, it is my great honor to welcome you to the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform here in Riga. Today, we stand united in our commitment to uphold international law and support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. This platform symbolizes our collective resolve to bring attention to the ongoing Russian aggression, Russia's illegal attempt to redraw borders by military force, repressions, and crimes in Crimea and other temporarily occupied territories, and to work towards restoring peace and justice in the region. Dear colleagues, before we proceed with our agenda, let us watch a short opening video.
In Latvia, this war feels personal. Of Russian imperialism. Those who have endured the repressions of Soviet power recognize this situation very well. The conquest of territories, the destruction of identities, war crimes, repression of civilians, forceful imposition on neighbors. History is repeating itself. Latvians understand that the war in Ukraine has persisted for over a decade. Since the occupation of Crimea and Donbass, Latvia's National Rehabilitation Center has been assisting injured Ukrainian soldiers in their recovery. Dr. Anda Nule has been instrumental in establishing the framework for the rehabilitation of war victims in Latvia.
Mēs psiholoģiski nebijām gatavi strādāt ar tik smagām traumām. Tā brīnojam, ka lielākā daļa no karavīriem bija gatavi atgriezties, cīnīties, un tas patiesībā iedvesmoja arī mūs. Pilnīgi droši Ukraina uzvarēs.
Latvian society has demonstrated remarkable self-organization. Shipments of generators, drones, night vision equipment, and other essential items have been delivered to the front lines. Carlos is one of the hundreds of volunteers who have dedicated their time to support Ukraine.
Tas ir vienīgais, ko es varu darīt, lai tas karš neatnāk pie mums, jo Ukraiņi ir gatavi to karu izkarot mūsu vietā. Un tāpēc es šeit nāku, pinu tīklus, cerībā, ka vismaz vienam cilvēkam dzīvība būs izglābs.
The use of modern technologies in warfare also helps save lives. The drone coalition, initiated by Latvia in cooperation with the United Kingdom, now includes 16 countries. Every evening, Major Jānis Laidinš updates the people of Latvia on the developments at the Ukrainian front. He understands why Latvians feel such a personal connection to this war.
Krievija ir impērija. Impērija var pastāvēt, kamēr viņi karo. Krievu pasaules ideoloģija ir iekarot, postīt, pazemot. Jābūt vienotiem, lai šo Krievu lāci nosēdinātu tur, kur viņam īstenībā ir vieta. Un mūsu pienākums ir neizdarīt tās kļūdas, ko Eiropa izdarīja īsi pirms Otrā pasaules kara, kad deva diviem tirāniem iespēju mainīt pasaules kārtību.
For the Baltic states, the Second World War did not end in 1945. We endured the consequences of the criminal Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact for decades. Similarly, the Crimean Tatars bear deep scars from the deportations that occurred 80 years ago. The Latvian parliament was the first to recognize these actions as a targeted genocide enacted by the Soviet regime. We are committed to ensuring that justice prevails and that the occupying forces are held accountable for their crimes. We're actively working towards establishing an international tribunal to bring war criminals to justice. Together, we have facilitated the creation of a registry documenting the damage caused by Russia, which will serve as evidence of war crimes. Latvia successfully ended the domination of Soviet power and restored its independence in 1991. This was largely due to the international community's refusal to recognize the occupation of the Baltic states. Today, international unity is crucial for restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity.
Пані та панове, дозвольте мені запросити.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me give floor to the host of this reception today, Speaker of the Sejm of the Latvian Republic, Madam Daiga Marini. Please.
Augsti godā.
Honorable Mr. Stefanchuk, Honorable Madam Siliņa, Madam Braža, dear colleagues, hello, and it is truly an honor and a genuine pleasure to welcome you here in such great numbers. And it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform here in Riga. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for responding to the invitation sent out by myself and my Ukrainian colleague. We have gathered in Riga today to express our steadfast support for Ukraine and to uphold the principles of international law. I would also like to thank my Ukrainian colleague Ruslan for his wonderful collaboration in organizing this summit. I am honored to work closely with Ruslan, who continues to exemplify admirable parliamentary leadership in these challenging times of war. Furthermore, I wish to thank the President of Latvia, my colleagues in the Saima and the government for their cooperation and support in the organization of this summit. This summit truly exemplifies the power of teamwork. Dear colleagues and dear friends, the international community's policy of non-recognition regarding the occupation of the Baltic states was invaluable in Latvia's journey to restoring our independence. This policy of non-recognition of the occupation encouraged Latvians to persevere and also lent legitimacy to our fight for independence. Today, similar encouragement and international legal framework is needed by Ukraine and its people. Just as we consistently asserted the non-recognition of the occupation of the Baltic states, we must now reiterate, as if it were a mantra, that Crimea is Ukraine, that Russia's attempts to alter borders through military force are illegal, and that the crimes committed by Russia will not be ignored. Those responsible will be prosecuted and held accountable. It is our duty to express unequivocally and emphatically that the international community will not tolerate Russian imperialism. Moreover, it is the responsibility of Russian society itself to clearly reject and counteract Russian imperialism and its crimes associated with it. This would be a reasonable expectation from at least those Russians who have currently found refuge in democratic countries that uphold freedom of expression. Dear colleagues, we must continue to shed light on Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea and other Ukrainian territories, on the countless and systematic crimes perpetrated here. We must continue to document and record all of the crimes perpetrated, such as human rights violations, deportations, the displacement of children, forced changes in the population structure, the repression of Crimean Tatars, and the militarization of the occupied territories. Careful and sustained work is needed to document crimes and ensure accountability for the aggression and for each and every barbaric war crime committed in Ukraine against the Ukrainian people, including the Crimean Tatars. It is our duty to hold the perpetrators accountable for these gross violations of international law, for the atrocities of Russia's aggression, because impunity encourages other potential aggressors. There can be no sustainable peace and security without justice. Dear friends, Ukraine is currently fighting not only for its territorial integrity, but also for the preservation of a system of international relations that is grounded in the rule of law and peaceful cooperation. We have built our security and prosperity upon a framework of international relations established by the UN Charter, which we often take for granted. However, the existing system is more fragile than we might imagine. The distinction between the rule of law and the rule of power may often go unnoticed by our citizens, but it is starkly evident. There is no in-between. An altered world order where one can achieve their aims through brute force and aggression would impact us all, whether we live in Europe, Africa, Asia, or the Americas. That is why I am particularly encouraged by the broad representation of countries at this summit, which clearly demonstrates that Ukraine is not alone in this fight for values, for international law, and for justice. Thank you once again for your presence, your contribution to our collective efforts. I sincerely hope that they will lead to a victory. Dear friends, Slava Ukraini!
Cienījamie kolēģi,
Dear colleagues, we have an online link-up with Kiev planned to hear an address by President Zelensky, and this link-up will be at 10:30. So at the moment, I have the honor of giving the floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Latvia. Madam Prime Minister, please, the floor is yours.
Stefanchuk, dear Speaker Daiga Mieriņa, dear speakers, excellencies, colleagues. It's my honor to welcome you on Riga's Third International Crimea Platform for Parliamentary Summit. I'm grateful for your presence and support to the Crimea Platform and its goals. Our main goal is to reach just peace in Ukraine. For this to happen, we need to stop Russia and force it out of Ukraine. We believe, as Latvians, Ukraine can win this war if international partners provide decisive political and military support. Latvia does its part to achieve Ukraine's victory. Excellencies, dear colleagues, Latvian people remember what it means to live under the evil of Moscow's occupation. What Russia is doing in Crimea and other parts of Ukraine since 2014 reminds us of 50 years of Soviet occupation in Latvia. Russia is killing Ukrainian people. Russia is abducting Ukrainian children and repressing Crimean Tatars. Ukraine fights back and resists. The brave Ukrainian struggle is an inspiration for the entire world. This is why we see a mirror of ourselves in Ukraine and Ukrainians. In Ukraine, we see our hopes, our values, and our love for freedom as well. Dear summit participants, we continue to provide military support to Ukraine of 0.25% of GDP of Latvia also next year, this year, next year, and years to come. Latvia has been a strong advocate for Ukraine's freedom as well politically. We continue non-military support to Ukraine, including in areas as energy, security, demining assistance to frontline communities, human rights and justice, and we will continue to improve implementation of sanctions. In Latvia, it's not just government, but also Latvian people, private and non-governmental sectors that continue to help Ukraine as much as possible. As a member state of EU and NATO, Latvia will continue to support Ukraine to the irreversible path of joining NATO and the EU. We strongly believe that Ukraine's future lies in just peace, security, and prosperity among other allies and partners in Euro-Atlantic community. Slava Ukraini!
Paldies, ministrs.
Thank you to Madam Prime Minister. And now I have the great honor of giving the floor to my colleague and friend, the co-chair of the summit and co-organizer of the summit, the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Ms. Speaker of the Saima, dear Daigo, dear Prime Minister, dear Madam Minister for Foreign Affairs, dear participants of the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank our Latvian friends and partners for the initiative to host the Third Parliamentary Summit of the Crimean Platform and for successful preparation and excellent organization of this forum. Let me also thank the speakers here present, the speakers of the Croatian and Czech parliaments, Gordan Jandrokovic, Marketa Pekarova-Adamova, and Miloš Vstrich, who are here with us today and for the successful organization of the previous two summits in Zagreb and Prague. I am pleased that the circle of hosts of the parliamentary dimension of the Crimean Platform has been expanded today by our friendly Latvia. Latvia is well aware that 80 years ago the Crimean Tatar went through terrible events when Stalin deported them from Crimea to remote areas of the Soviet Union within 3 days, because Latvia itself went through the Soviet-Russian occupation, deportation, and repressions. Friends, if you have not yet visited the Riga Museum of the Occupation of Latvia, I strongly advise you to visit it. I am still under very strong impression by its exhibition. While going through it, you feel the icy cold that comes from the times of the occupation and 2 waves of deportation. You hear exhausted voices tearing out of the old photographs. You see the undescribable pain in the eyes of the tortured but unconquered Latvians. And when you walk through the museum labyrinths of history and human destinies, you will realize that the occupation of Latvia, the deportation of the Crimean Tatar people, and the current aggression of Russia against Ukraine are links of the same chain, of the chain of Russian hatred and impunity. The evil that was once unpunished is manifesting itself today. The evil that is unpunished today will definitely manifest itself in the future. It's just a matter of time. For the 3rd year in a row, we are gathering for the Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, and for 10 years have passed since the occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. And although the occupying Russian authorities have done everything possible over the past 10 years to turn Crimea into their military foothold, change its ethnic composition, to sow fear and obedience among the people, Crimea has not moved away from Ukraine one iota. It has become even closer, more precious, and more desirable to us. We will never give up Crimea, just as we will never give up a single piece of Ukrainian land temporarily occupied by the aggressor. For us, the liberation of Crimea has no alternatives. This is our land and our people live there. Like people like Nariman Jalal, our Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar hero who went through the hell of Russian prisons and whom we managed to rescue from Russian clutches. Such worthy sons and daughters of the Crimean Tatar people are here with us as Rifat Chubarov, Akhtem Chigois, Tamila Tasheva, and many other glorious people. I'll ask you to applaud Nariman Jalal, who was released from Russian captivity exactly 4 months ago, as well as the entire Crimean Tatar people who dream so much of liberation from the Russian yoke and life in a Ukraine liberated from the occupiers. The Crimean Tatar people also dream of restoring justice, which should be the recognition of their deportation as an act of genocide, as the parliaments of Latvia, Lithuania, Canada, and Estonia have done already. Dear colleagues, speakers, vice speakers, representatives of parliaments, I would ask you to follow the example of these countries and consider the possibility of adopting similar decisions in your parliaments. Dear participants of the summit, the struggle for the return of Crimea is an inseparable part of Ukraine's struggle for freedom and independence. Allow me to outline the priorities of this fight. For instance, those where we need your help most today. I ask each of you to contribute to increasing military support for Ukraine. Ukrainian cities need air defense systems. We need to close the skies finally and protect our citizens. I ask you to facilitate the authorization of Ukraine's neighboring EU and NATO countries to shoot down enemy missiles and drones that reach the western borders of our country. It is important for us to remove any restrictions on the provision and use of long-range weapons against legitimate military objects and targets in the territory of the Russian Federation. We expect additional decisions on the supply of F-16 aircraft. The cold weather is approaching, so we're asking for support for Ukraine's energy sector. We also need to increase the sanctions pressure on the aggressor and leave no room for circumventing the sanctions. Russia must be held accountable for all of its crimes, and this requires international legal mechanisms. And the priority has to be the creation of an international compensation mechanism of the damages caused by aggressor. Dear colleagues, Ukraine is fighting, but it dreams of peace. At all international platforms, we're talking about President Volodymyr Zelensky's peace formula. This year, important steps were taken to implement it. The first Global Peace Summit, which took place in June this year, was a clear signal to Russia that the global world does not support its aggressive war against Ukraine. All participants of the summit supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine in its internationally recognized borders. And now comes the decisive moment of the war. Ukraine has a clear vision of how to achieve a turning point in the war. Last week, the President of Ukraine presented the victory plan to the Ukrainian parliament. Let me present it to you briefly. First, we expect Ukraine to be invited to join NATO soon. The very fact of such an invitation could be fundamental for peace and will demonstrate to the Russian aggressor that its geopolitical calculations are losing. This is the initial starting point of the victory plan. Secondly, it is important to strengthen Ukraine's defense. The implementation of this point provides the continuation of operations of the defense forces and the destruction of Russian offensive potential in the occupied territories. The third point is to deter the aggressor. Russia must understand the futility of further offensive, and for this purpose we propose to deploy a comprehensive non-nuclear strategic deterrence package in our territory. The next, fourth point, concerns strategic economic potential. Ukraine has rich deposits of critical resources, and we propose that strategic partners enter into a special agreements to jointly protect the country's critical resources, invest in and use them jointly. Finally, point 5 is intended to be implemented after the war is over. This paragraph provides for Ukraine's inclusion in the European defense system. We will be ready to provide Europe with highly professional, motivated, and experienced Ukrainian military units. I ask you, dear participants of the summit, to support the victory plan of Ukraine as we, the Ukrainian parliamentarians, have done, including those present in this room. Dear friends, Ukraine continues its struggle for freedom and independence, for Crimea, for Donbass, for Sumy and Kherson, for Kharkiv and Zaporizhia. Every day, every hour, every minute. This night, the Russian missiles and Iranian Shahid drones were killing us again. I have a proposal to you, dear colleagues. In order to feel what Ukrainians feel, what my countrymen are feeling, I would ask you to install an app on your smartphones which gives a signal of air raid alarms, which is a signal of when it starts. And you will feel what we feel every day, every hour, every minute. 2 nuclear-armed states and 1 state close to developing nuclear weapons are fighting against Ukraine, and one of these states simply wants to wipe us off the face of the earth. Another one produces, improves, and supplies it with deadly Shahid drones. And the third sends its soldiers to Ukraine to kill us every day, every hour, every minute. So, dear friends, once again, I ask you to unite even more to help Ukraine, because it is not just about us. In fact, it is about you as well. It is about how the world will live and how the world will develop in the coming decades. Will it humbly follow the path of tyranny, or will it choose the triumph of law, democracy, and justice? So I want to honestly ask each and every one of you, is the democratic world unable to protect a country that wants to be part of it? Are we not able to repel aggression together? Is democracy weaker than tyranny? Ukraine and Ukrainians need answers to these painful yet vital questions more than ever. Every day, every hour, every minute. Dear friends, I thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Paldies, priekšsēdētāj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I have the honor to give the floor to the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Baiba Braže. Please.
Mieriņas kundze, Madam Speaker, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Stefanchuk, dear speakers, vice speakers, leaders, dear friends of Ukraine, and dear friends from Crimea. Here in Riga, we know the importance of never recognizing foreign occupation by an aggressor state, by a brutal colonial power. No matter how bleak the prospects for liberation may seem, and no matter how long the occupation may last. So let me be crystal clear. Latvia will never recognize the occupation of Crimea, of Sevastopol, or any other region of Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine, and we look forward to Ukraine free and whole. Ladies and gentlemen, Crimea is a symbol of Russian aggression. The war did not start in February 22. It began in 2014, when Russia bluntly shattered international law and attacked Ukraine's territorial integrity and independence. To this day, the human suffering caused by Russian aggression continues to mount. Russia has murdered thousands of civilians, and it continues to attack. It attacks energy infrastructure, it attacks civilians, hospitals, and other infrastructure. It seeks to freeze Ukraine into submission. Russia also continues deportations, including those of Crimean Tatars, stolen Ukrainian children from the occupied territories. It brings them to Russia, and it is a behavior of the last colonial power in Europe. Russia is seeking to destroy our way of life, to destroy fundamental freedoms to destroy UN Charter, human rights. It attacks everything that we who are here stand for. It is the greatest threat to not only Ukraine, but to all our security. So Russia must be stopped. We also know that the spirit of Ukrainians will not be broken. That is why today we have that moral obligation to show political leadership. And that is what we are doing from all continents, from all parts of the world. We are showing leadership, that those principles that we stand for matter. So I thank you very much for being here and standing with Ukraine and standing for all principles we have signed up to. The core purpose of this platform, of course, is to put an end to the occupation of Crimea, to highlight that Crimea is an indivisible part of Ukraine. So I highly appreciate the tireless work done by the Ukraine's President's office, by the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Republic of Crimea, as well as the Crimean Tatar community and the Crimea Platform expert network. I also thank our colleagues in the Parliament, across the government, in Prime Minister's office, and everywhere across the human networks that we have in Latvia standing for Ukraine. It was really a joint work, not only by all branches of power, but by the whole of society. I also would like to address a point on accountability for crimes committed by Russia. It is known who they are. The names of murderers, rapists, architects of the aggression. It will require our leadership to bring them to justice. So establishing a special tribunal with cross-regional support to hold Russia accountable is what we are aiming to do. Failure to act will undermine the prospects for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. The principle of respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of states is a vital element of Ukraine's peace formula. And in this regard, Latvia will host a high-level discussion on restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity right after this summit. So, dear leaders, we all know, our objective has not changed. Our support for Ukraine's victory is also our support for the global principles. And that will to achieve that victory is unwavering. As far as Latvia is concerned, we will continue providing Ukraine with all the possible assistance. Military, financial, humanitarian, political, everything we can. And we hope to see similar engagement from across the world. Obviously, in various terms, what is possible from different countries. We believe in a world where Ukraine has prevailed. We believe in a world where every last occupant has been expelled from Ukrainian territory. We believe in a world where Ukraine is whole and free, where it is part of the EU and NATO, if it wants to be. Crimea is Ukraine. Krima ir un vienmēr būs Ukraina.
Crimea is and always be Ukraine.
Paldies, ministres kundze, un tagad.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And before we start our plenary session, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. Jalal, First Deputy Chairman of the Mērķis of the Crimean Tatar people. Please, Mr. Deputy Chairman, you have the floor.
Вельми шановні голови та члени делегації. Dear speakers, vice speakers, heads of international delegations, on behalf of Crimean Tatar Majlis, I would like to express our gratitude to Latvia for having organized the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. I thank you, dear co-organizers of this summit and dear representatives of those countries who stand with Ukraine, stand with Crimean Tatar people, and support us in our striving to restore our rights and our ability to further live freely on our land. And thank you for recognition unlawful deportation of Crimean Tatar people in 1944 as a genocide. I believe that the parliaments of other countries, members of International Crimea Platform, will adopt similar decisions soon. Dear friends and colleagues, 11 years already, Crimea is being occupied by Russia. It is the territory of fear, territory of terror, where forced abduction is happening, kidnapping of activists is happening, and liberties and human rights are violated. Thousands of people became political prisoners. 136 individuals are Crimean Tatars, and they became political prisoners. Representatives of the elected body of Crimean Tatar people, Majlis, they were taken into prisons as political prisoners. Lately, Crimea has been used as a springboard to launch attacks over Ukraine to kill civilians. Thousands of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians were forced to flee Crimea to avoid forced mobilization, not to be drafted into the Russian army, and not to be forced to fight against their own state of Ukraine. Russia is continuing to implant Russian people in Crimea and is continuing to distort the awareness and the perception of information by the residents of Crimea, to distort our history and our cultural heritage. We understand that for as long as the occupation is ongoing, those unlawful actions will be continued by Russia, and our position should be crystal clear. The Russian war on Ukraine has begun in Crimea, and it should be ended with liberation of Crimea. And no endeavors of the aggressor state will ever achieve their intended target. As President Zelensky stated, Ukraine is not trading its own land and is not abandoning Ukrainians and our own people. We believe that the entire territory of Ukraine will be liberated and deoccupied, including Crimea. Dear friends, victory of Ukraine, liberation of occupied Crimea, and reinstating sovereignty of Ukraine, including in the territory of Crimea, will be essential and crucial in our striving to restoring our rights and liberties. Crimea is the homeland of Crimean Tatars. Crimea is an integral part of sovereign Ukrainian state. Reintegration of deoccupied peninsula into the economic and political space of Ukraine will have to provide for the right of Crimean Tatar people to exercise its autonomy within the framework of political rights according to the Constitution of Ukraine, which guarantees equal rights and freedoms to all residents of Crimean Peninsula. territorial autonomy of Crimea will make further attempts of Russia to take under control the Ukrainian territory and Crimea in the future. It will render it impossible if territorial autonomy of Crimea is reinstated. We'll continue our efforts, our struggle, and coming to an end of my speech, I would like to express my gratitude to the armed forces of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine.
Liels paldies, priekšsēdētāj.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman, for your powerful message and somber reminder of the brutal nature of the Russian repression machine. Dear colleagues, we have now concluded the opening ceremony of the summit. I wish to thank Prime Minister Siliņa for joining us. I understand she has other engagements she has to attend to. Thank you once again. As we start the plenary session of the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, let me just make a couple of technical remarks. This session is scheduled until 11 o'clock. Then we will have a family photo and a coffee break. The session will then resume and last until 2 p.m. when it will conclude. We will also adopt a joint statement. The final text of the statement is now available on the summit webpage. Please use the QR codes on your badges to access the latest documents. Other documents linked to the summit are also available there. I kindly remind all participants that the speaking time will be limited to 3 minutes. I repeat, 3 minutes. The order of speakers is available on the summit webpage. To access it, as I already mentioned, please use the QR codes on your badges. Changes to the list are no longer possible. Yet, if an exceptional emergency issue arises, please talk to the technical desk. When you are given the floor, please activate the microphone, pressing the on button next to you. And after you end your speech, press it again to turn the microphone off. Our first speaker of the plenary session will be a representative of the Crimea Platform Expert Network, Mr. Bernatsky, who will give us an overview of the situation in the occupied Crimea. He will be followed by the second speaker, according to the speakers list. Mr. Bernatsky, you have 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, Members of Parliament, it's a great honor, it's a great pleasure to speak today on the behalf of Crimean Platform Expert Network and present and touch upon issues related to sanctions and their political dimension, what actually can be done at parliamentarian level within and outside Crimean Platform. So, first of all, I would say that a lot has been done in relations to sanctions, and we are really grateful for your insistent work in this track, and it's very inspiring to see that many Russian warmongers, propagandists, war criminals, they have been designated Russian military-industrial complex under huge sanctions, and the work should be developed and strengthened further, and we have a lot of aspects which we should cover in the future. First of all is that at parliamentarian level you could obviously address your colleagues from third countries, especially when you visiting them or they visiting you, in respect to what can be done in third countries, in Central Asia, for instance, in China, in Asian countries, abroad, in African countries, how they could help to develop the legislation which will not allow to circumvent European sanctions against Russia, and what legal steps should be taken. And you could advise them on how to integrate the best practices related to implementation of European Union, United States and Ukrainian sanctions with respect to the aggressive war against Ukraine. Secondly, the scope and framework of personal sanctions and sectoral sanctions should be expanded, and more targets should be put under the sanctions. For instance, 2 million Russians working in the military-industrial business or corporations. About 1,300 companies are working in military sector of Russia, and not all of them from these companies are under sanctions. So directors, deputy directors, those people who are responsible for engineering, constructing missiles which target Ukrainian peaceful cities still can enjoy their luxury life in Europe, spending millions of bloody rubles gained on the unjustified war. So thank you a lot for your attention, and it's just a political track which can be developed and strengthened further. Thank you again.
Jā, liels paldies Bernatska kungam.
Thank you, Mr. Bernatsky. Now I give floor to Madam Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic.
Dear Speaker Mirjana, dear Speaker Stefanchuk, ladies and gentlemen, last month I was in Ukraine, in Lviv. We have opened one of common humanitarian projects, maternity hospital in the shelter. Women are giving birth to their children in the shelter. Can you imagine? This is the reality of Ukraine today. During such events, I'm asking myself, are we doing enough to Ukraine? The Crimean Peninsula plays a prominent role in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we must indeed make sure that it does not lose the attention of the work public. But this, let's be honest, is not enough. Keeping the issue of Crimea on the agenda is important, but it in itself will not bring freedom back to the inhabitants of Crimea. It will not help the abducted children to come back to their families, nor will it restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine, nor will it serve international law. The only way to restore freedom and justice in Crimea and the whole of Ukraine is to win the war. In the last several months, the morale in our capitals has been in decline. True, most of the news from the front line has not been encouraging. Yet if we zoom out and look at the big picture, the situation is not so gloomy. Russia had to trade tens of thousands of human lives and billions of dollars for minimal territorial gains. Ukraine, on the other hand, is capable of striking strategic targets deep into the Russian-held territory, including Crimea. Russia has been denied control of most of the Black Sea, and the Ukrainian army even controls part of the Kursk region. Dear colleagues, I am sure that Ukraine can win this war, and that it can happen relatively soon. I even think the victory could have been achieved long ago, and we would not have to worry about the so-called fatigue. Russia may be a giant, but it has very fragile feet of clay. It tries to intimidate us with feeble threats and fake red lines. We must call the bluff. If we make the right choices, the aggressors can be defeated. More military assistance without pointless restrictions, more economic support, more efficient sanctions, more political and diplomatic support. The ingredients are known and available. It is our responsibility as political leaders to mobilize the political will. Many people in our countries are tired of war and afraid of escalation. Therefore, it is our obligation to achieve a just peace, peace through strength and victory. We can do this, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore we must, for the sake of Crimea, Ukraine, and our nations. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Markēta, un tagad...
Thank you, Markēta. The next speaker will be Miloš Vystričil, Speaker of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. And after that, we will hear from Gordan Jandrikovic.
Milí Ruslane. Dear Ruslan, dear participants of the Third Crimean Platform, I'm very glad that we are meeting again, and I think that we have to realize what are the times in which we live. 80 years have passed since the deportation of Crimean Tatars from Crimea. On the order of Stalin, 10 years have elapsed since the unlawful annexation of Crimea on the order of Putin. More than 3 years have elapsed since our first meeting in Kiev at the summit, where we started all to strive to deoccupy Crimea. And before that, we were not heard much. And more than 2.5 years have elapsed after the invasion of Russia against Ukraine. I am convinced that only after that, democratic countries have sobered up and realized that they lived in a great error and mistake. A part of European countries lived in error, and the error was that the guarantee of lasting coexistence with non-democratic country is based on economic cooperation, can be the relations of our economies, but we know that it doesn't exist. It was wrong, and our task is to learn the lessons of this mistake and realize that today, all around the world, the struggle between democracy and tyranny is taking place, as Ruslan Stefanchuk said, and we have to support the countries that fight for democracy, and Ukraine is one of these countries. Ukraine is today the center of what we are deciding about, whether tyranny will prevail or whether democracy will win. And we do not realize this in our countries. We are losing battles in economy, competitiveness. We are not good enough in informing our people who afterwards are under the influence of populists and extremists. And all this is in front of us, and we have to face it. And at the first place, we have to support Ukraine, support the struggle of Ukraine, because in Ukraine, the struggle is for us, and the future of Ukraine is our future. If we do not realize this, Ukraine will lose, and afterwards we will all lose. This is how it is. It's so simple. An old wisdom said that for the victory of evil, it is enough that good people do nothing. And I will be more strict. It seems that for the victory of evil, it is enough when good people are doing little. So please, let's do more than we are still doing. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
I now give the floor to Mr. Gordan Jandrikovic, Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. Afterwards, we will hear from Barbel Bas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate you for the excellent organization of this summit. The high-level turnout today demonstrates that our parliaments remain with Ukraine's people in Crimea and beyond. Dear Ruslan, dear colleagues, this year marks 80 years since the forced deportations of Crimean Tatars. That confirms Russia's long-lasting plan to conquer this ethnic group and also Ukraine as a whole. But the heroic struggle of Ukraine continues for almost 1,000 days now. In parallel, the Kremlin persists in globally spreading its many-sided malign influence. Misinformation and manipulation from Moscow threaten our democracies and our values. We see especially dangerous examples of this in Moldova these days. We observe it in the Western Balkans all the time, but unfortunately in EU countries too. Politicians there can also be heavily influenced by Russian narrative. This creates instabilities which only add ammunition to Russia's war machine, and it motivates the aggressor to push harder on the front lines, in cyber actions and in propaganda. Ladies and gentlemen, Many were not aware how fragile was the balance that enabled decades of peace in the most of Europe. The exception was former Yugoslavia in the 1990s. There, the communist mindset and aggressive nationalism tried to prevent, in blood, the legal claims for freedom, democracy, and independence, just like Russia in Ukraine. From that experience comes the particular understanding of Russian people for Ukrainians. That is why 2 weeks ago we hosted the third Ukraine Southeast Europe Summit in Dubrovnik, gathering President Zelensky and leaders from the region. 2 years ago in Zagreb, we co-hosted the first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform. Last year, we organized the International Donors Conference on Humanitarian Demining of Ukraine. Because after the war comes a time for reconstruction and recovery, and a time when Ukraine, free and whole, will join us in the EU. Distinguished colleagues, authoritarians are collaborating intensively. The latest examples is the news of North Korean soldiers arriving to Russia. So, as Putin keeps looking for alliances, we need to strengthen our own cooperation and partnerships. At the same time, we need to prevent that small cracks in our unity become more significant holes. Today's summit is a great opportunity to work on this at parliamentary level. We don't want to go down in history as a generation that allowed authoritarian regimes to determine the future of our societies. We need to remain firmly with Ukraine to stand for the respect of international law and the rules-based order. Dear friends, these are historically critical times indeed, so let's never underestimate the practical value that our unity and support have for Ukraine. We must keep it up. Thank you.
Paldies, Jandrukoviča.
Thank you, Mr. Jandrukovic. And now I give the floor to Madam Barbel Bas, Speaker of the German Bundestag, followed by Mr. Szymon Hołownia.
Dank. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, zu Beginn möchte ich mich auch.
Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, I wish to express thanks to our colleagues, Daiga, Mirina, and Ruslan Stefanchuk. Thank you very much for organizing the Third Crimean Platform Conference. Now, for all of us, this is a very important signal that we're sending out from this conference today. We stand firmly by Ukraine's side. The international alliance is steadfast, even in turbulent times, and the international community has never recognized the annexation of Crimea. The annexation dating back to 2014 is and remains illegal under international law, as are all other further territorial conquests since 2022. Russia's action is an attack on our European security order and an attack on international law. This conflict has a global dimension. Therefore, it's important that we all send out a signal from this conference, a signal to be sent out into the world, especially to those who are not yet on board. This community needs to become larger. The Russian occupiers are trampling on freedom and human rights in Crimea and other regions of Ukraine. There are gross human rights violations occurring there. Let me just give you a few examples. Ukrainian POWs are being tortured. Ukrainian children are being abducted and taken to Russia. Ukrainian identity is suppressed. Listening to Ukrainian songs alone will bring you to jail, or the same goes for possessing the blue-yellow national flag. This will mean that you're put in prison. It's important that in our final statement today we demand that the Russian crimes be investigated and that political prisoners be released. Germany is a decisive supporter of Ukraine and will continue doing so. Let me just give you an example. Dating back to June 2024, there was a large-scale reconstruction conference in Berlin. President Zelensky came to the German Bundestag and made it quite clear that he wants a peace perspective. But for this to happen, he needs the support given by the international community. What we also need is an exchange among our parliaments. In mid-October 2024, President Zelensky came to Germany again, demanding further military aid. The defense ministers at the G7 meeting reaffirmed this support once more. Now, Ukraine needs our support, and it also needs the EU as well as NATO perspectives. Thank you very much for having listened to me.
Paldies, Barbara.
Thank you, Madam Boss. I now give the floor to Szymon Hołownia, Speaker of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. Afterwards, Lauri Husar.
Dear Deiga, dear Ruslan, dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting us all for this assembly. And as you probably know, they are sometimes saying about meetings like this, they are all about words. But words are crucial because always everything starts with words. And the actions of governments, of presidents, of military forces, they followed the words we are saying. That's why the most important thing for us and the most important task of us today is to send proper words to the world from this very place. The words of respect, not the words of hatred, the words of love, not the words of violence. We should be sure that we are on the right place with the right words in our heads, on our mouths, because the whole world is listening to us. And our governments will follow, and our presidents will follow what we will be saying today. Because today here we are the voices of our parliaments, but we are the voice of the voiceless as well. I mean especially the parliament of the Crimea, the mērķis, which was made voiceless, which was abolished by the Russian occupants. Right now and right here, we should say simple words and simple truths to be heard by all the people in the world who want to hear. The first thing is that, as Madam Foreign Minister said already, this war started in 2014, and we slept over the first 8 years of it. The second thing is Crimea is Ukraine. The third, what Russia is doing right now in Crimea is the crime against humanity. The fourth thing, what Soviet Russia did in 1944 was a genocide. And we took in Polish Sejm the bill, the statement this summer confirming it. And I encourage your parliament to do the same in the near future. The fifth thing, Ukraine should be a member of NATO as soon as possible. And sixth, and I especially dedicated to all the leaders who are meeting right now in Kazan, in Russia, just a simple message. If you don't know where to stay, always stay on the side of the victim. Always stay on the side of the harmed, not at the side of the aggressor. And the seventh thing, sometimes they are telling us, and sometimes maybe we feel, and of course Ukrainian people has this right much more than we do have, that we are saying that we are fatigued by this war, that we are tired of thinking of it, of doing, of planning our actions to it. We should never be tired, never stop helping Ukraine. Patience, persistence, and consequence. This is the formula of peace for Europe, and this is the formula for the safe next generation of European citizens. Ukraine is Europe. Ukraine is member of a NATO family already, because they are fighting on the right side. They are fighting for our own values. Slava Ukraine!
Paldies!
Thank you, Szymon Hołownia. Now I give the floor to Lauri Husar, Speaker of the Riga Kogu of the Republic of Estonia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, dear Ukrainian friends, dear Ruslan. Just 2 days ago, you visited Tallinn, and during your visits in Estonia, our message was clear. Estonia will continue to strongly support Ukraine militarily, economically, and politically, for long as it takes until Ukraine wins and beyond, until Crimea is returned to Ukraine, and until Ukraine becomes a member of EU and NATO. That was our very clear message. Ladies and gentlemen, we must do everything in our power to ensure that this war, one that began not in February 2022, but as it has been said already here several times, but with the illegal annexion of the Crimea 10 years ago, ends with Ukraine's victory and the restoration of its territorial integrity within international recognized borders. Estonia supports the victory plan, which allows Ukraine to take the initiative in its fight against the aggressor and pave the way for a just peace, to create the conditions necessary for fair and effective peace negotiations, military assistance, particularly air defense and ammunition, remains crucial. We must remove both mental and practical barriers that hinder Ukraine's ability to defend itself under international law, including its right to strike military targets on Russia's soil that threatens Ukraine. Estonia is committed to contributing 0.25% of our GDP annually to support Ukraine, and we call on our partners to make similar commitments. Dear colleagues, on 16th of October, the Parliament of Estonia, the Riigikogu, adopted a statement recognizing the mass deportations of Crimea Tatars by the Soviet Union in 1944 as an act of genocide. We also condemn the ongoing policy of genocide against Crimean Tatars in Crimea, which has been under Russian occupation since 2014. These policies include systematic detention, torture, kidnapping, and the suppression of their right to learn and use their native language. We call on the international community to show solidarity with the Crimean Tatars and call on the other parliaments which have not yet done so to adopt similar statements. Ladies and gentlemen, the restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and the reaffirmation of the principles of the UN Charter are crucial for the future of all nations. This is why every nation must help Ukraine win, and why Estonia remains firm in its support. This war began in Crimea, and it will end in Crimea. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Husar. Now I give floor to Ms. Piropali, head of the Albanian Parliament, and then Mr. Faruji.
Your Excellency Speaker Mirina, Your Excellency Speaker Stefanchuk, honorable colleagues, speakers and representatives of parliaments, dear friends from Crimea. Support and solidarity in defending the sovereignty, territorial integrity, unity, and independence of Ukraine is a mission shared by all our countries, by all our parliaments. We are here in Riga to express our unwavering support to Ukraine and to safeguard international law. We are all appalled by Russia's crimes against Ukrainians, from the unprovoked aggression to the gross violations of international law, the bombings, murdering of civilians, kidnapping of children, deportations, the tragic fate of Tatars in Crimea, repression and cruelty are the marks of Russia's invasion. It is our obligation to hold Russia accountable for its crimes since 2014. Our meeting today at the third summit of the International Crimea Platform is also a contribution to the European and global security and demonstrates our determination to ensuring this happens through a fair peace. Crimea was the starting point of Russia's invasion. That is why the International Crimea Platform is our common effort to resist Russia's attempt to dismantle the rule-based international order. Ukraine is not only fighting for its liberation, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. It is fighting to uphold our shared rules and values, our way of life that is under severe attacks from an authoritarian regime that uses not only military weapons, but also misinformation and disinformation, cyber attacks, food security, election interference, and other deliberate acts of malicious attacks against all of us. Albania, its parliament, government, institution, and our people have been and will continue to stand firmly and unwaveringly in support of Ukraine's fight against Russia's aggression for as long as it takes. We all know war comes at a terrible price. The people of Ukraine, unfortunately, know this all too well. It is important we all support Ukraine's plan for a fair peace. The other options would be a permanent threat to our common security and a perpetual state of insecurity for Europe and beyond. Albania has been a reliable partner in this fight, one of the first countries aligning with sanctions against Russia and offering military equipment. The Ukraine Southeast Europe Summit in Tirana in February 2024, with the presence of President Zelensky, the high-level Ukraine Recovery and Reconstruction Conference in Berlin, the high-level Ukraine Peace Summit in Switzerland. At the later two, I had the honor and responsibility of representing Albania, and all the initiatives of the United States, EU, NATO, and the international community, the contribution as a co-pen holder with the United States during the non-permanent membership term in the Security Council from 2022 to 2023, where Albania was not only a strong partner and reliable, but also a very vocal one, are strong signs of our commitment that will not wither. Our firm support for Ukraine will continue, not only for its liberation, but also for a just and lasting peace and the reconstruction of the country. This imposed war on Ukraine is a threat to the international order with unpredictable consequences. That is why it is important to never forget that Crimea is Ukraine and will always be, and no temporary occupation can change that. The alliance and solidarity with the authorities and the people of Ukraine is a fight to protect our civilization, build on the foundations of freedom, self-determination of peoples, and the sacred right of all people to decide on their own destiny. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Liels paldies, Elisai.
Thank you, Madam Spiropali. And now I give floor to Mr. Connolly, Speaker of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Thank you. Friends, let's go back to the 1930s in this continent, in which the democracies collectively failed every test. In the Rhineland, when Hitler illegally reoccupied that territory in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. In Ethiopia, when Mussolini invaded to create a new colony and the collapse of the League of Nations followed. In the Spanish Civil War, in which brazenly Italian fascist pilots and Nazi German pilots actually bombed Republican positions in Spain, including that famous incident captured by Picasso in Guernica. In Kristallnacht, where we tis but did nothing. The Anschluss, uniting Austria with Germany. The Winter War in Finland, in which the Finns were left to fight for themselves. The craven handover of Sudetenland under pressure from Hitler by the Western powers. And the ultimate gobbling up of all of Czechoslovakia in violation of the Sudetenland Agreement. All of that led to Molotov-Ribbentrop and the carve-up of Poland in World War II in 1939. Our collapse, our failure, our complacency, our unwillingness to stand up to aggression early. That generation failed its democratic test. We will not. We say to that depraved, sociopathic dictator in Kremlin, we will not yield. We won't repeat the mistakes of that generation. We will stand firm with Ukraine. We will not engage in fatigue. We will not engage in rationalization. We will not engage in equivocation. We will not engage in enabling behavior for you. We will not yield. The Irish poet Seamus Heaney talked about, don't even think about hope this side of the grave. But then he says, but then once in a lifetime comes along a moment of justice in which hope and history rhyme. In Ukraine, our moment, we will make hope and history rhyme. Thank you.
Paldies, Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Now I give the floor to Ms. Brown-Pivet, Speaker of the National Assembly of France, and she will be followed by Mr. Aguiar Branco.
Dear colleagues, 10 years since the Crimea and the Donbass have been submitted under Russian occupation. 10 years of shameless contempt of the United Nations Charter. As the name of this summit reminds us, dear colleagues, the Russian aggression did not begin on February the 24th, 2022, but since that date, the nature and scale of this aggression have changed. How can we tolerate bombs targeting schools, energy infrastructure, hospitals? How can we not be outraged by the deportation of children, the threats of nuclear apocalypse, cynical food blackmail? But in the face of this war of aggression, Ukraine is not alone. Dear Daiga Mieringa, thank you for bringing together Ukraine's allies here in Latvia, a free nation that knows firsthand what it means to be under the yoke of its Russian neighbor. Our commitment is unequivocal. Our democracies will not waver. This is the message of solidarity and firmness that I reaffirmed to President Zelensky on June 7th in Paris. Addressing the French MPs on the day after the 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings, Zelensky said, "We are proud to be the heirs of those soldiers who came from different countries but shared the same determination to see freedom triumph." 80 years on, our democracies are once again being put to the test. This war thus concerns each of our nations, each of our assemblies, for we are the voices of free people from the Atlantic to the Baltic, from Moldova to Georgia. Yes, we want peace in Ukraine, but not a capitulation. We want a peace that respects the will of the Ukrainian people, that respects international law. I therefore reaffirm France's support for President Zelensky's victory plan and the second peace conference. France is playing its full part. Just last Thursday, Paris organized a conference to ensure Ukraine's nuclear security in the long term. However, winning the peace means not losing the war. Thus, let me be clear, on every front, military, economic, or humanitarian, French support remains total and unwavering. It would be a serious mistake to bank on the lassitude of our opinion. Putin does not expect our support. He is hoping for our indifference. We want peace, but we also want justice. Russia must be held to account for turning rape into a weapon of war, for deporting children. There will be no impunity. To that end, we must support the ICC, which has issued arrest warrants for 6 Russian leaders, including Vladimir Putin. Dear colleagues, the future of Ukraine is being decided now. But if that future is going to be of peace, we need robust security guarantees. France supports the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO. Yes, Ukraine is destined to join the great transatlantic family, just as it will be join the European Union. And here I would like to pay tribute to the exemplary progress that Ukraine is making. Dear Ruslan, in meeting the accession criteria, the Ukrainian colors, azure and gold, are also those of the European flag. This is not an accident, it is destiny.
Liels paldies, Jēl.
Thank you, Ms. Braun-Pivet. Now I give the floor to Mr. Aguiar Branco, Speaker of the Portuguese Parliament, followed by a video message by Mr. Greg Fergus.
We are here today because the world cannot stay indifferent. We are here today because the world cannot tolerate what is happening in Ukraine. Violating other countries' territorial integrity is not correct. Attempting against another nation's sovereignty is not acceptable. Human rights violations must be condemned without hesitation. What Russia is doing in Ukraine is not only a problem of Ukraine, nor of Europe, nor of NATO. It is a problem of the world. What is at stake is the rule-based international order. This is not something that can be taken lightly. International law is the only antidote against the law of the stronger weapon. We may argue this rule-based order could be improved, but a world without it would be much worse. This is why it's so important to counter Russian narratives, especially in other regions of the world, that make it sound okay to invade, to kill, to lie, to disrespect international recognized borders. No, it's not okay. No, it's not acceptable. Democracy and freedom depend on not accepting. In Portugal, we recognize the cost of winning and keeping democracies, and we cherish the liberty we conquered after the Carnation Revolution. Maybe this explains why a country like Portugal, in the most western part of Europe, with stable borders for many centuries, never doubted the importance of supporting Ukraine. There were, and still is, consensus amongst all different political forces in Parliament regarding the support to Ukraine. But at the same time, Portugal keeps stressing the importance of the southern flank to the war efforts on the east. Russian narrative and influence keeps spreading. The only outcome acceptable of the conflict is the victory of Ukraine. The world cannot settle for peace solutions where bits and pieces of territory are exchanged for some vague and uncertain promise of peace. Territorial integrity matters. Ukraine's territorial integrity matters. Crimea matters. Thank you.
Liels paldies, José Pedro.
Thank you, Mr. Aguiar Branco. Now, the video message by Greg Fergus, Speaker of the House of Commons of Canada.
Dear friends and colleagues, fellow speakers and parliamentarians, thank you to my friend Speaker Stefanchuk and Speaker Mierina for the opportunity to send my greetings to you via this video message. It is a great honor to address this third parliamentary summit on the International Crimea Platform, and I truly regret that I'm not able to be with you today in person. Let me begin by expressing on behalf of Canada's Parliament and its peoples the deep kinship we feel with the parliamentarians and people of Ukraine. I know that the Canadian people, including more than 1.3 million Canadians of Ukrainian origin, join me in solidarity and are committed to help restore peace in Ukraine and strengthen international security for years to come. This gathering of European and international friends and allies underlines the fact that Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is an aggression with geopolitical effects far beyond Ukraine. Russia aggression reminds us that we can never take our democracies and our multilateral cooperation for granted, and that we must remain united. It is important that we continue to strengthen the bonds between us so that we can restore and maintain international peace and order. It means respecting multilateral agreements and commitments. It means protecting and reinforcing the international institutions that serve as pillars of regional and international security. It means doing everything possible to support and protect the people of Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. We know that critical infrastructure, schools, and hospitals have been demolished, and Ukrainians nationwide have seen their communities and their livelihoods destroyed. During my recent visit to Kyiv, I saw some of the destruction. I saw with my own eyes the efforts to rebuild the children's hospital. I witnessed the extraordinary resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people. As this third winter approaches, we must be there to help as Ukraine struggles to ensure its citizens have heat and electricity. Tragically, thousands of Ukrainian civilians were injured or killed, including women and children. And tens of thousands of Ukrainian children were abducted from their families. Canadians stand in solidarity with Ukrainians to defend their country against this aggression. In the words of Ukraine's ambassador to Canada, the Ukrainian DNA is buried deep in Canada. The Canada of today would not be as strong as it is if it were not for the many Ukrainian immigrants who helped build our country. And just as Ukraine has been there to help build Canada, I promise that Canada will be there to rebuild Ukraine. We are together in the fight. We will be with Ukraine in victory, and we will be there with Ukraine in rebuilding. Canada will be with Ukraine always, because Ukraine's fight is our fight. It is a fight for our democratic way of life. In the words of the great Ukrainian musician and poet, Serhiy Zhadan, we will withstand this wind without losing each other in the shadows. Slava Ukraini. Merci. Thank you.
Jā, liels paldies arī.
Thank you to Mr. Fergus for this video address. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Čmilytė Nielsen, Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania.
Dear Ruslan, dear colleagues, let me start by thanking our Latvian hosts for organizing the Third Crimean Platform and for warmly welcoming us here in Riga. We are gathered here because parliamentary diplomacy matters, and as leaders and representatives of our parliaments, we have an important role in dealing with the most pressing issues. And today, hardly anything is more important than helping Ukraine defend and eventually prevail against Russia's aggression. Having crossed more than 10 years since the beginning of Russia's aggression in 2014 and nearing the third year of full-scale war, we should reflect on the developments. It is painful yet necessary to admit that while efforts in our respective countries, in alliances, unions to help Ukraine were substantial, the war of attrition works for Russia and its autocratic allies. The cost of war is bearable. Sanctions adopted so far do not have the intended crippling effect on Russia's economy. During this time, Ukrainians have not only been acting as brave defenders of their own violated home, but also as the guards keeping the floodgates of aggression shut for the benefit of the rest of Europe. Should their efforts fail, the aggression may certainly spill over and create many more unbearable dilemmas for the Western democratic world. Therefore, as representatives of parliaments, we must unite our efforts on two tracks: supporting Ukraine in what it needs most and raising awareness about the need to boost our own respective defenses. Coming from Lithuania, a country on the NATO's eastern flank, I can attest to the particular pressures we face. The urgent need for deterrence and defense is not just a concept, but reality. Nationally, we allocate more than 3% of GDP to defense in 2024 and plan to raise the expenditure, potentially reaching 3.5% in the years to come. However, we understand clearly that the best investment in our own defense is helping Ukraine. For that, we should act on ensuring sustainable, long-term financial commitment to supporting Ukraine by all of our respective countries. 0.25% of GDP allocated to Ukraine is a reachable baseline that many countries, including Lithuania, have already committed to. Increasing efforts to ensure the smooth accession of Ukraine to the EU and the invitation to become a member of NATO. That would send a clear signal to Russia that they cannot terrorize Ukraine and bully us, the Western world, into submission with their threats. Continuing pressure on Russia with more effective sanctions, the so-called axis of evil only becomes emboldened by hesitation or ineffectiveness, as evidenced by North Korea directly joining the war against Ukraine. Fully supporting President Zelensky's peace plan and the recently announced victory plan that outlines the most important concrete steps that are necessary for Ukraine to prevail, making sure that Ukraine receives all the military support it needs and receives it in time. This support should come without strings attached or limitations. Ukraine has the sovereign right to defend itself under international law, to repel attacks from both Russia and the territories it occupies. Dear colleagues, there is much talk about red lines. We have seen over and over again that these lines are often self-imposed, playing into the hands of Kremlin, allowing it to exploit our fears and our hesitations. And when dealing with such regimes as Putin's Russia, we should remind ourselves that weakness is escalation, indecision is escalation, and failure to adequately support Ukraine is escalation. Our decisions must reflect the unwavering dedication to deterrence and defense, support to Ukraine, and strategic response to global threats. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Dear colleagues, we must currently interrupt the plenary session because I now have the honor to welcome the President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, who has joined us remotely from Ukraine. Honorable Mr. President, thank you for finding the time. Welcome to the Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. Please, the floor is yours.
Mēs jūs nedzirdam.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Дуже дякую, дорога Латвія.
Thank you very much. Dear Latvia, dear participants of the Crimean Platform Summit, dear friends, I'm very happy to see you all at the third summit of the International Crimean Platform. Thank you for your participation in the summit. Thank you for your kind words about Ukraine and thank you for your support. The number of state flags in this hall clearly indicates that Russia has failed in the most important thing they were trying to achieve. Since 2014, in particular, Putin has failed to commit international crime, part of the new normal for the nations of the world. To seize the land of other people, other nation, to seize Crimean land, it will never be accepted by the international community. For all countries, it is equally valuable to preserve sovereignty of the states, territorial integrity of the states, and the right to determine their own future. And this is the foundation of the UN Charter. And it is not acceptable that someone may decide on the life and fate of other nation, other neighboring people, or deport them. The UN Charter is about true peace, not about how to normalize war. And currently, some leaders of the states have gathering in Kazan. It is Putin's summit. At the same time, they consider moving military personnel from North Korea closer to the boundary to the border with Ukraine, using the slogan "preventing the war." However, we know that this is against the fundamental human values and the UN Charter. At the G20 summit in Indonesia almost 2 years ago, I proposed a peace formula that could restore the full effectiveness of the goals and principles of the UN Charter and actually protect lives from aggression. And this is not just about Ukraine. If we want to end this war in a just and fair way, to make sure that no other nation can plan similar aggression, we have to consolidate efforts and to unite to defend international law. I ask all of you to be active and unconcerned. The criminal should not benefit from this war. We have to stand up in this struggle that is going on. It is actually going on in Ukraine, and in a similar way, we must stand up to the battle diplomatically in the realm of diplomacy. We have to strengthen Ukraine and our common goals and common positions. Ukraine has presented a victory plan to its partners. It contains all the necessary components to deprive Russia of any alternatives it is currently counting on, except for a just peace. The first thing is that Ukraine has long merited geopolitical certainty, and invitation to NATO is a part of this geopolitical certainty, and it is the right of every democratic nation in Europe. Secondly, we all are interested in that Putin is not successful at the front. Thirdly, it is essential for everyone that this war ends and does not resume. Fourthly, economic cooperation. We have to work together to increase well-being of our nations. And fifthly, we have to guarantee reliable security. And all this is provided in the victory plan. I request all of you to advocate these points in your nations, with your governments. And we will see, I believe, we will see Russia at the Peace Summit once the victory plan is fully implemented, and in this way we will see that the goals and principles of the UN Charter are fully restored. Today, on the International Day of the United Nations, it is especially essential to state this, that UN was created for promotion of common goals and values, and cooperation, as our cooperation within the framework of the International Crimea Platform. It is true evidence of our commitment to pursuing these goals, and it is happening here, demonstration of our commitment to the common principles and values, and not in Kazan. Thank you all for your contribution to helping to fight for justice, and especially for those who need to be released from captivity, from occupation. And I especially welcome representatives of Crimean Tatar people that participate in this summit. In particular, Mr. Jalal, who has been through repression and imprisonment in Russia, and his liberation is a demonstration of the fact that through consolidated efforts we may achieve great results, and nowhere in the world there should be place for such things as occupation, captivity, or deportation. We must achieve true peace. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your inspiring speech. Thank you very much.
Un turpinam ar mūsu.
And now we will proceed with our session. The next speaker is Mr. Frank Ebner, the Speaker of the Austrian Federal Assembly.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender Stefanschuk, Vertreter der Parlamentarier.
Dear President, Chairman Stefanschuk, Madam Speaker, honorable representatives of the Parliamentary Assemblies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking our host from the Latvian and Ukrainian parliaments for organizing and hosting this important platform. The situation in Crimea and Ukraine remains of paramount concern to Europe and the global community. It's been said that we are now marking 10 years since the illegal annexation of Crimea, and we will soon mark 1,000 days since Russia started its illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and unleashing unimaginable destruction and suffering on a sovereign and independent neighbor. From the very start of Russia's war of aggression, Austria has been standing with Ukraine and its people, who continue to bravely resist Russia's aggression and brutality. It is evident that Russia must not get away with its crimes. Austria, a country that is militarily but not politically neutral, will remain steadfast in its unwavering commitment to an independent, free, and prosperous Ukraine, with its internationally recognized borders, and also to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. The intolerable atrocities on the Ukrainian mainland, which are in the focus of the media, must not lead to us overlooking the ongoing grave human rights violations in Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. We condemn the ongoing militarization of the peninsula, the forced passportization, the suppression of Ukrainian identity and the language, as well as the persecution and discrimination of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people. Dear colleagues, we, who are fortunate enough not to live in a country that is being under attack by another, cannot take freedom and security for granted. In its defense against Russia's war of aggression, Ukraine continues to defend our common values and principles as well. And we must also remain vigilant in our own territories and constantly protect and further develop our democracies, which are under multiple threats, be it through the belligerence of autocrats and terrorist organizations or through disinformation or fake news. We must constantly ensure and further develop democracies. We must also use parliaments more strongly as platforms to work with international partners to educate citizens about the eminent significance of democratic values and also to counter false narratives and fake news on all occasions, wherever this is possible. And no matter how often Russia may continue to spread misinformation or fake news, we must reiterate the fact: Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Paldies vēlreiz.
Thank you once again to Mr. Ebner, and I now give the floor to Mr. Jussi Halla-aho, Speaker of the Eduskunta, the Parliament of Finland, followed by one more video address.
On behalf of Eduskunta, I wish to thank the Saima and Speaker Mieriņa for hosting and organizing this event. The full-scale war in Ukraine has raged for more than 2.5 years. Mr. Putin's initial plan to take Kyiv in 3 days with blitzkrieg failed because he underestimated the ability of the Ukrainians to resist and the willingness of the West to respond, and overestimated the capabilities of his own military. However, we have no reason to celebrate. Mr. Putin believes that time is working for him and that he will eventually win by attrition. Unfortunately, he may be right. The ability of the Russian society to absorb human, material, and economic losses is immense. If we want to end this war and prevent a new Russian aggression in the future, we must make it clear to Mr. Putin that time is not on his side and that we will not run out of material or resolve. This means that we must invest much more in our physical capacity to produce weapons and ammunition and allocate more money in the long term to material help to Ukraine and to our own defense. Many countries are already doing their fair share and even more. I want to mention especially the Baltic states. But we need a bigger contribution from everyone, and especially from big players, because with an adversary like Russia, it is the absolute numbers that make the difference. We must also stop being intimidated by the Russians and lift the restrictions that some countries have put on the use of the Western weapons that they have provided to Ukraine. Insufficient and restricted aid only encourages the Russians, prolongs this war, and increases the risk of a wider conflict. For more than 2 years, we have repeated the mantra that we will help Ukraine for as long as is necessary. But as long as is necessary is not enough. It is equally important that we help Ukraine as much as is needed to achieve our goal. And that goal must be a Russian defeat, because we, any of us, cannot afford a Russian victory. Thank you. Paldies.
Jā, liels paldies.
Thank you very much to Mr. Hal Aho. We now have a video address from Mr. Jerry Brownlee, House of Representatives of New Zealand.
My name is Jerry Brownlee, and I'm the Speaker of the New Zealand House of Representatives. It's a privilege to represent the New Zealand Parliament virtually at the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. The New Zealand Parliament is proud of our relationship with Ukraine, and we continue to stand in solidarity with you and to condemn unequivocally Russia's ongoing war of aggression. We will continue to support Ukraine at international parliamentary forums and events, including the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Every day, New Zealanders follow the events in Ukraine closely, reading of and viewing the violent and brutal aggression of Russia's attacks, and also empathising with those who have suffered horrific losses as a result of this conflict. At the same time, we as a nation admire the determination of the Ukrainian people to beat back and defeat the Russian aggressor. Earlier this year, I was proud to welcome members of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to the New Zealand Parliament for a week-long visit. It was a privilege to meet with the Ukrainian delegation and to hear firsthand what's happening in the communities that they represent and to the people that they care about. We agreed that preservation of the rules-based system, which has allowed the free world to prosper both economically and socially, must see Russia defeated. Although New Zealand is geographically distant, we continue to stand beside you through these most challenging times. As we would say in New Zealand, kia kaha I hoa mā. Stand tall, my friends.
Paldies, Gērijam Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Gary Brownlee. And now we will have two more speakers in this part of the plenary session. So I give the floor to Ms. Anita Dimitriou, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, followed by Mr. Afrim Gashi, Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Anita Dimitriou.
So the floor is given to Ms. Anita Dimitriou.
Thank you so much. Madam President, dear Ruslan, dear colleagues, we are here once again to reaffirm at the parliamentary level the international community support to Ukraine on this ongoing fight for freedom and democracy. And we need to keep repeating that this brutal invasion is an attack on legality, on international law, an attack on all of us. And we stand before a great challenge because unless we rise to aggression and injustice, they will keep surfacing, especially in today's turbulent political arena, with propaganda and populism, unfortunately, sometimes to prevail. We therefore strongly deplore the recent Russian attacks against Ukrainian energy and port infrastructure and grain exports, disrupting the energy and food supplies with dire consequences. I personally reiterate Cyprus' unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity on the basis of international law, which should always serve as a beacon on the way forward. Our solidarity with the Ukrainian people needs to remain strong, and Russia needs to keep accountable for all the crimes committed. Russia's annexation for the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the city of Sevastopol, and other Ukrainian regions is illegal, null and void. Cyprus will never accept attempts to unilaterally change the internationally recognized borders of a sovereign state through military aggression, not in Ukraine, not in Cyprus, not anywhere in the world. Dear colleagues, Cyprus cannot control double standards or the so-called situation of frozen conflicts, because what is tragically and dangerously unfolding today also in the Middle East proves that no conflict can remain frozen, as it can easily ignite, endangering peace and stability. We need to continue to provide all possible assistance to Ukraine, to keep contributing to the EU for Ukraine Fund and stand firm by Ukraine's rightful claims for compensation from Russia. And that is why we welcome the establishment of the Council of Europe Register as a mechanism addressing the consequences of the aggression of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, let us repeat that we are here to reaffirm our support for Ukraine's European aspirations and our readiness to assist this friendly nation of ours during this EU course. Together, we shall strive for a peaceful, secure and bright future that the Ukrainian people deserved. And allow me to say that I do hope that this will be the case for my country as well, as a perspective of a new clause of negotiations under the auspices of the UN within the UN framework seems to emerge. We do hope that all these efforts will be fruitful for Cyprus, for Ukraine, for peace, for legality, for democracy. We need it more than ever. Slava Ukrainian.
Paldies, Anitai Dimitriou.
Thank you, Ms. Dimitriou. And now, dear colleagues, we have the opportunity to hear the last speaker before the break. And afterwards, I remind you, we will have a family photo and a coffee break. And now I give the floor to Mr. Gashi, Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Madam Daiga, dear my friend Ruslan, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by saying that it's a great honor for me to be here today with my colleagues, presidents of parliaments of democratic states, all united in supporting Ukraine and Crimea in their efforts to defend against Russian aggression and preserve their territorial integrity and sovereignty. This battle is not, it should not be Ukraine's battle. It is also our battle, a battle of all democratic forces, because we must stand together and fight against anyone who would violate territorial integrity and sovereignty, international law and principles, and use aggression to annex foreign lands while causing immense injustice and suffering to innocent civilians. I am incredibly honored, but I am deeply saddened that in a few months we will mark 3 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. These 3 years have been filled with sorrow, innocent lives being lost, homes being destroyed, with millions of Ukrainians being uprooted, carefree childhoods being taken, an entire generation of Ukrainian youngsters being devastated. We see this in Crimea and Ukraine, and unfortunately, we see it in the Middle East as well. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, by being here today, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principles that unite us: respect for territorial integrity, sovereignty, and the right to self-determination. The situation in Crimea is not merely a regional concern. It is a global challenge to the international rules-based order. The ongoing occupation and annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation is a clear violation of international law, and it is our collective responsibility to address this injustice. Today, as we gather here to express our strong support not only for Ukraine and Crimea, but also for the democratic values we all strive for: freedom, peace, and respect for human rights, we mark a significant anniversary, 8 years since the deportation for the Crimean Tatars from their ancestral homes. Unfortunately, Crimea and Ukraine are still facing new injustices 8 decades later. For this reason, we must unite our response to these injustices. We must do everything in our power to break this chain of conflicts and ensure peace. Finally, on behalf of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia and on my own behalf, I would like to reaffirm our support for the Ukrainian people and state with all our capabilities until Ukraine is fully free. Slava Ukraina! Thank you very much.
Paldies, paldies.
Thank you, Mr. Gashi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a half-an-hour break. I would like to ask all the heads of delegation to proceed to the Alpha Hall for the family photo. It is the same room we had the official greeting in the morning. So staff of the summit will show you the way to the hall. Outside of the halls, there's coffee and small refreshments, and our session will resume at exactly 11:30. So 11:30, let us all come back here. Dear colleagues, I invite everyone to come back to the hall and take your seats. Dear colleagues, welcome back. Let us continue our plenary session. Dear colleagues, the next speaker is Ms. Tamila Tasheva, permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
Of Parliament, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends of Ukraine. First of all, let me express my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this important event, the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. Special thanks to Latvia for its warm hospitality and unwavering support for our nation in those difficult times. Your solidarity and commitment inspire us and give us the strength to fight to freedom and justice. As we gather today, we continue to important traditional established at previous parliamentary summit. Those meetings have become a powerful tool for uniting the international community around the issue of the deoccupation of Crimea. The results of previous summits have strengthened our confidence that together we can restore Ukrainian territorial integrity and ensure human rights across its entire territory. This year is particularly significant and painful for us. We mark the 80th anniversary of the deportation of the Crimean Tatar people, a tragic event that has left a deep scar in our history. We are sincerely grateful to Latvia, Lithuania, Canada, Poland and Estonia for recognizing this deportation as an act of genocide. This is not only a gesture of support but also a vital step toward restoration of historical justice and prevention of recurrence of such crimes in the future. Unfortunately, history has a tendency to repeat itself when lessons are not learned. Today, Crimea is once again suffering under occupation. But despite repression and intimidation, Crimeans still stand strong. They continue to resist the occupation. Politically motivated cases, accusation of discrediting the Russian army, and absurd claims of displaying Ukrainian symbols are the reality our compatriots face every day. More than 1,000 actions of resistance and solidarity with mainland Ukraine throughout Crimea since 2022 are the reality. Crimea, as well as other territories which is temporarily occupied by Russia, wants to be liberated from Russian occupation. We are happy to see Nariman Jilal and Leni Yeumerova being released from Russian captivity. Yet our hearts are burdened by the fact that at least 280 people remain behind bars. Many need urgent medical care. Brothers Uzir and Teimur Abdullayev, Irina Danilovich, Emir Hussein Kuku, and Tofik Abdulhaziev. We have lost two political prisoners, Jamil Hafarov and Konstantin Shirin, who died in Russian prisons. Earlier this month, a young journalist, Victoria Roshchina, who had been covering the situation in the occupied territories, including Crimea, was captured by the occupiers and in fact killed in Russian custody. We must not forget journalist Vladislav Yesipenko, brothers Aziz and Asan Akhtemov, Bogdan Ziza and Abbas Kurtament, and many others whose fate remains under threat. We must not forget that bloody war is ongoing to preserve not only Ukraine, but also the future peaceful and stable life in the whole of Europe. At this decisive moment, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky presented the Victory Plan, a clear action plan to restore justice and peace in our country. Implementing this plan is not only in our national interest, but also important for the whole world, as it is based on the principles of international law and respect for sovereignty of states. At the same time, we are already actively preparing for the reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories, including Crimea. We are developing a comprehensive program aimed at restoring infrastructure, the economy, and the social sphere, and ensuring the rights and liberties of every citizen. However, achieving the true peace requires more than just political and diplomatical efforts. We must fight for the hearts and minds of people. We must spread the truth about Crimea and the Crimean Tatars to the world. That is why the development of Crimean Tatar studies is one of our priorities. The First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, has announced the creation of the Global Coalition of Ukrainian Studies, which will include Crimean Tatar studies. This is a step toward ensuring that Crimea voice is heard. We call on all countries to join this initiative. The truth and knowledge about the truth mean freedom and security for all of us. We appeal to the international community to continue supporting Ukraine. Your sanction, political and diplomatic pressure on Russia, support for the Crimea Platform and our other initiatives are vital. Only through joint efforts can we achieve a just peace, restore Ukrainian territorial integrity, and ensure the protection of human rights. Dear friends and colleagues, thank you for your attention, your support and your faith in Ukraine. Together we will definitely prevail. Slava Ukraini!
Sirsnīgs paldies, Tamilai.
Thank you very much to Ms. Tasheva. And now I invite Mr. Milton Dick, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Australia, for his video address.
Australia is steadfast in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity and right to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked, illegal and immoral invasion. Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea since 2014 and now its full-scale invasion of Ukraine underlines Russia's total disregard for international law and the UN Charter. Russia must immediately, completely and unconditionally withdraw its forces from within the internationally recognised borders of Ukraine, including the Crimean Peninsula. I'd like to thank Latvia for hosting the Third Parliamentary Summit on the Crimea Platform in Riga, which is less than 300 kilometres from the Russian border. Today's summit in Riga sends a strong signal of support to Ukraine and defiance to Russia. The international community reaffirms our duty to uphold the fundamental rights of sovereignty and territorial integrity. In defence of these rights, Australia has committed over 1.3 billion Australian dollars in military, energy and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. We are proud to be the largest non-NATO contributor of military support to Ukraine. Australia has also imposed over 1,200 sanctions on persons and entities who support Russia's war. And we have imposed trade bans that have contributed to the reduction of our two-way trade with Russia to negligible levels. Through our words and our actions, we must show that size and power do not allow states to act with impunity. We must make it clear that states will not be allowed to redraw the map by force. And we must demonstrate that in the face of unprovoked aggression, the international community will band together to ensure the costs of violence far outweigh the benefits. This is our duty. We embrace this duty because we strive for a safe, stable and prosperous world. A world where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Thank you and Slava Ukraine.
Dear friends, we continue our path and now please look on the screen and the floor is for the Speaker of Parliament of Malta, Dr. Angelo Farrugia.
Colleagues, esteemed delegates, as we gather for the Third Crimea Parliamentary Summit, we stand at a crucial crossroads in history. A moment marked by the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russia, an act that challenges not only the sovereignty of a nation, but the very principles of international law and human dignity. Today, we reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's independence and the rights of its people, Ukraine has shown remarkable resilience in the face of aggression, embodying the spirit of freedom and self-determination that resonates deeply with us all. However, we must also recognize that lasting peace can only be achieved through dialogue and understanding. It is imperative that we foster conversations that transcend borders and ideologies, seeking a mutually acceptable resolution to this conflict. The path of peace is not easy, but it is essential. I urge the international community to unite in this endeavor. We must come together, parliaments, governments, organizations and individuals, to work towards a peaceful resolution. It is time to prioritize diplomacy, to listen to the voices of the affected and to create an environment where reconciliation can flourish. Let us together be a beacon of hope for those yearning for peace, and let our collective action today pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. I thank you very much.
Thank you, dear friends. And the next will be the speaker, Eric Nussbaumer, Speaker of the National Council of Switzerland. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, dear colleagues. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Latvia for hosting this important summit. It is crucial that we continue to reaffirm a fundamental truth. The illegal occupation of Crimea and Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine are flagrant violations of international law. Such actions cannot and should not be accepted by the international community. As parliamentarians, we have an important role to play in supporting the path towards a just and sustainable peace, as outlined by President Zelensky. We can contribute in many ways, for example, by passing legislation that strengthens support for Ukraine and humanitarian aid. In addition, platforms such as this parliamentary dialogue provide invaluable opportunity to find common solutions and strengthen our collective efforts for peace. Switzerland hosted the Summit on Peace in Ukraine at Bürgenstock in June, which was attended by 100 delegations from all regions of the world. The vision of the summit was to define concrete steps that would provide the framework and the way forward for a future peace process. I am glad that one of the follow-up thematic high-level conferences that are following up the summit of June in Switzerland will be held here in Riga today at the end of this summit. The discussions initiated at Bürgenstock laid an essential groundwork for a potential peace process, and Switzerland remains committed to supporting these efforts. We are prepared to continue playing an active role. A recent example of this dedication is the Ukraine Mine Action Conference held in Lausanne last week. Living in peace also means living free from fear of landmines and unexploded ordnance. I also want to mention that the Swiss National Council formally recognized the Holodomor as an act of genocide. This recognition is a vital act of historical justice, a reminder of the importance of memory, and a testament to our commitment to ensure that such tragedies are neither forgotten nor repeated. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I wish to express my deepest admiration for the people of Ukraine. Their courage, their resilience, and unwavering hope for a peaceful future inspire us all. Switzerland stands firmly with Ukraine and will continue to support all efforts that lead to a just and enduring peace. Together, we can build a future where the principles of international law are upheld and where human rights are safeguarded for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next, I want to invite the Madam Speaker of Council of Canton of Switzerland, Madam Eva Gerzog. Please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, dear colleagues, Thank you for the opportunity to reinforce and complement as Speaker of the Swiss Senate the remarks of the President of the National Council. Switzerland has been a committed participant in the Crimea Platform since its inception in 2021. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Latvian Parliament for organizing this summit alongside the Verkhovna Rada. It is important to be here, in Latvia, in Riga, looking eastwards and thinking about the very few hours' drive separating us from the border to the Russian Federation. It is important for all of us to be here, to realize the history of this region, to feel the reality of a threat of which the conflict in Ukraine is an all too obvious sign. Indeed, the war in Ukraine has shown that common European security is not an isolated matter, but rather a collective responsibility. Platforms like the Crimea Summit are essential as they provide opportunities for dialogue, alignment and shared understanding. A unified European response is essential to safeguard democratic values, counter aggression and ensure that national borders are respected. And I say this as a member of a parliament of a country which is unfailing in its advocacy of international law in the search for a just peace, in cooperation and dialogue, the true foundations of our common security. Dear colleagues, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, a milestone that holds deep significance for Switzerland as the depositary state. The Geneva Conventions form the backbone of international humanitarian law, setting standards for the protection of civilians, the treatment of prisoners of war, and the conduct of hostilities. Today, these principles are under unprecedented pressure, and the war in Ukraine has brought this into sharp focus. Reports on war crimes, human rights abuses, targeting of civilian infrastructure, but also on the violations of the laws of war in the occupied territories of Crimea underscore the need to reaffirm our commitment to the Geneva Conventions. They are not just legal instruments. They embody the shared values and standards that protect human dignity, even in times of war. It is our collective duty to remind all decision makers that these standards are not negotiable, not in the occupied territories of Crimea, not in the rest of Ukraine, and nowhere else in the world. Slava Ukraina. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the next will be the Speaker of the Parliament of Iceland, Mr. Birgir Armansson. Please look on the screen. It will be the video message.
Madam Speaker, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, dear colleagues. Much to my regret, I'm not able to join you in person today as previously planned, so I address you this time via video link. The reason for my absence is that the snap elections have been called in Iceland next month and my presence here is urgently needed. Parliament must pass the state budget and related bills before we can adjourn and proceed to a short and sharp election campaign. Despite the political turmoil in Iceland, I would like to underline that we remain steadfast in our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. This was echoed loud and clear in our parliament this spring when a 5-year Ukraine policy was adopted with cross-political consensus. With this policy, Iceland demonstrates its resolute support for an independent and sovereign Ukraine and Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. It's an unprecedented step for my country, which has never supported the defense of another country outside NATO in such a direct way. Support for Ukraine has been unwavering and unanimous across the political landscape in Iceland from the outset of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine. I have no reason to believe this will change with a new parliament and government following the elections. Dear colleagues, it's of paramount importance that we, the allies of Ukraine, remain steadfast and strong. We must continue our support for Ukraine and we must counter disinformation and speak strongly against voices trying to place the blame on anyone but the culprit, Russia. Russia bears the blame, and only Russia. Russia illegally annexed Crimea 10 years ago and has attempted to annex regions of Ukraine since. Russia's conduct has been a blatant disrespect for international law, norms, and human rights, which we condemn in the strongest terms. Russia must be driven back from Ukraine and held responsible for its illegal invasion, hideous war crimes, and the destruction it has brought upon the brave people of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, dear Ruslan, my time as Speaker of Alþingi draws near to the end. I want to avail this opportunity to thank you all, especially you, Ruslan, for the excellent cooperation and friendship. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear friends, the next I want to invite the Madam Francesca Luch Armengold Socias is as Speaker of the Congress of Deputies of Spain. Please.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and congratulations for holding this third summit. Dear colleagues, let me start with verses of Gregory Skovroda, the so-called Ukrainian Socrates. Last May 2022, a Russian projectile destroyed the museum that held his name, a building which dated back to the 18th century. This philosopher and poet said, "One cannot cover the abyss of the sea with a fist of dust. One cannot suffocate a fire with only one drop." The statue of the philosopher, which was at the museum, remained standing, surrounded by the debris. In order to resist standing, to remain standing as the statue of the philosopher faced with the terrible Russian aggression, one needs to have the determined courage and the perseverance shown by the Ukrainian people. One needs, moreover, to have the support of the international community, a firm, unwavering support, robust, committed and loyal support, a support that must be political, diplomatic, economic and humanitarian, united, faced in this aggression, faced with impunity, against impunity, and bearing in mind reconstruction. Let me convey, as a Speaker of the Congress of Deputies of Spain, the admiration that my country feels for Ukraine and for how your people are showing this great resilience in a historical context of unfair violence. Russia's aggression is a blatant violation of international law and poses a threat not only to European security, but also to peace and stability at a global level. As you all know, and as Mr. Zelensky knew when he visited the Congress of Deputies, Spain stands by Ukraine. We have signed the bilateral agreement on cooperation as regards security, but we have also committed assistance in the field of humanitarian aid and also assistance for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine. Spain, moreover, is the fourth country as regards the reception of Ukrainian citizens and, of course, is firmly committed to the support to the process of Ukraine towards joining the EU. We shall not normalize wars. We shall not normalize the uncompliance of international law, the violation of human rights. We will continue working as we do now to attain peace on the basis of dialogue, diplomacy and support to oppressed peoples. Spain stands by Ukraine from the outset. We are united in this fight for peace, in this fight for the defense of democratic principles, equality, national sovereignty, territorial integrity and freedom. Ukraine can count on our unconditional support. Today, in these difficult circumstances, and tomorrow, we shall continue together in our shared future. Slava Ukraini.
Muchas gracias, Madam President. And the next, I invite Mr. Albert Frick, the Speaker of the Parliament of the Liechtenstein. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, I wish to thank Ukraine and the host Latvia for their leadership and hospitality in convening this important summit. I welcome this summit as an important opportunity to reaffirm Liechtenstein's full support and solidarity with Ukraine. Earlier this year, we had the honor of participating in the Peace Summit. I extend my warm congratulations to Switzerland for successfully organizing this significant conference. In moving forward, timely follow-up is of utmost importance, particularly in ensuring the implementation of the summit's joint communiqué on a peace framework. Let me assure you that our Parliament will continue to play its part in supporting and advancing these efforts. In light of the staggering increase in demand for assistance in Ukraine, the Liechtenstein Parliament has stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. We have, for example, increased the international humanitarian cooperation and development budget. This indeed reflects our Parliament's dedication to act in full solidarity with Ukraine. We have been consistent in condemning the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, as well as of other illegally occupied parts of Ukraine. Liechtenstein has also been consistent in emphasizing that it will not recognize these annexations. At the same time, I remain appalled by the abhorrent atrocities committed by Russia. Ending the aggression against Ukraine and ensuring full accountability for it must be our highest priority. This is both in the interest of international peace and security and in the interest of safeguarding our rules-based international order. In this respect, I applaud Ukraine's decision to join the International Criminal Court. This is a step of highest importance for our joint efforts in ensuring accountability for the crimes committed against Ukraine. Those most responsible for the aggression must be held accountable in a court of law on the basis of international law. Excellencies, an overwhelming majority of states want to live in a world ruled by law and not by might. This should encourage us all as we chart the way forward to ensure accountability, both for the sake of Ukraine and for the sake of our international legal order. Slava Ukraini. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next will be Madam Raya Nazarian, the Speaker of People Assembly of the Bulgaria. Please look on the screen.
Уважаеми колеги, скъпи приятели, многобройни цивилни и военни жертви, милиони разселени, повсеместни разрушения и огромно човешко страдание. Това е горчивата равносметка от продължаващата руска военна агресия срещу Украйна. Ние се прекланяме пред героизма на украинския народ. Народ, който продължава да ни удивлява със своята сила и решимост да се противопостави на безмилостното настъпление на Русия. Като председател на Българския парламент искам да заявя пред всички вас ясно и недвусмислено. Решителният ангажимент на България за непризнаване на незаконното анексиране от Русия на Автономна република Крим и град Севастопол, както и окупацията на части от украинските райони Донецк, Херсон, Луганск и Запорожие, остава все така силен. Независимо от действията на агресора, Автономна република Крим, град Севастопол, Донецк, Херсон, Луганск и Запорожие са и ще бъдат Украйна. Скъпи колеги, ние няма да се уморим да повтаряме. Защитавайки се срещу агресора, Украйна днес допринася за европейската и международната сигурност. Затова ще продължим да предоставяме на Украйна необходимите ресурси, за да продължи да се противопоставя на агресора. Всички ние сме обединени в решимостта си да изградим път към мир, отговорност и възстановяване на справедливостта за Украйна. Устойчивият бъдещ мир трябва да включва пълна отговорност за престъпленията на Русия. Въпреки огромните предизвикателства, Украйна демонстрира категорична решимост да преследва стратегическата си цел за европейска и евроатлантическа интеграция. В това отношение страната има нашата силна и активна подкрепа. Скъпи украински приятели, не сте сами в борбата с агресора. Не сте сами и във възстановяването, което ще последва. Сърдечни поздрави от България! Успех на третата парламентарна среща на високо равнище на Международната платформа за Крим.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The next, I give the floor for Lord Fatafehi Fakafunua. It's a Speaker of Legislative Assembly of Tonga. You're welcome, Lord.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, my fellow Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I bring warmest greetings from the Pacific nation, the Kingdom of Tonga. I'm honored to be here to stand in solidarity with Ukraine and with all of you here today. I thank Latvia for organizing this Third Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform, especially as this is the first time for the Kingdom of Tonga to participate. Chair, yesterday I had the opportunity to visit the Museum of Occupation of Latvia and was profoundly moved by the powerful exhibition demonstrating the dark reality of occupation and aggression. The harrowing stories of the resilience amongst oppression was a poignant reminder of the human cost of conflict. The Friendly Islands, Tonga, is extremely blessed to have never been subject to occupation or colonization. And so this reinforced the importance of advocating for the dignity and sovereignty of all nations and the importance of standing together in solidarity against oppression and aggression. Having traveled over 30 hours from the other side of the world to be here today, I'm very cognizant that we are the only ones present from the South Pacific region. Despite being the lone voice from the Pacific's small island states, I confirm that collectively, from the blue Pacific continent, we can be a resolute and powerful voice for justice and peace. I wish to therefore reiterate Tonga's unwavering commitment to multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy. Tonga has consistently voted in the United Nations in favor of resolutions that call for end to Russia's aggression, including those addressing the humanitarian consequences of aggression against Ukraine and the necessity for international cooperation in resolving this crisis. We have pressed for the recognition of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the necessity for international support. As a nation that values peace and stability, Tonga firmly believes that aggression and the illegal annexation of sovereign territories has no place in the rules-based international order. We must collectively stand against such actions and advocate for a world where multilateralism and diplomacy triumphs over conflict, suffering, violations against humanity, and injustice. The humanitarian consequences are particularly alarming as citizens, mainly women, children, and the elderly, continue to suffer the greatest burdens of prolonged conflict. Tomorrow, we return to the Pacific with a much deeper understanding of Latvia, the Baltic states, as well as why parliamentary summits, such as the Crimea Platform, should serve as a crucial impetus for mobilizing and strengthening international support for Ukraine. In closing, Tonga remains steadfast in its beliefs that Russia's aggression, the violation of territorial integrity, and the illegal annexation of Crimea has no place in the modern world. We believe that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, equity, and respect for international norms and international rules-based order. Chair, I will continue to advocate amongst Pacific colleagues and the parliamentary networks to preserve peace and security in Ukraine and, of course, in Crimea. Slava Ukrainia.
Thank you, Lord Speaker. Then I want to invite Madam Anna Brnabic, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. Please look this on the screen. It will be the online message, video message, sorry.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we have gathered today in a spirit of solidarity in order to confront the challenges that affect not only Ukraine, but also our European continent and the world. The Republic of Serbia, as Ukraine's sincere friend, has always firmly supported its territorial integrity because principles of international law must equally and without any exceptions apply to all. Respecting territorial integrity of the United Nations member states is the foundation of our foreign policy. In the same way, with sincere and profound respect, we emphasize the importance of the fact that Ukraine recognizes the territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia within its internationally recognized borders, which includes the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija within Serbia. Respect for the territorial integrity of the United Nations member states is a fundamental principle of international law and a key pillar of stability in the world. Serbia has always been prepared to help the people of Ukraine, which we have proved many times already, whether by providing financial and humanitarian aid or by receiving refugees. In light of all our experiences, we understand and sympathize with the situation in which the Ukrainian people find themselves. Thus, we will continue monitoring the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, and we will continue providing aid and support because we believe that solidarity is not just a word, but a duty. In addition, I wish to emphasize that we support Ukraine's European path. Serbia and Ukraine share the common goal of joining the European Union, and we are prepared to share our experiences in that process. We believe that the European perspective is a path to stability and prosperity for all of us. At the same time, peace is a basic precondition for progress and development, and I firmly believe that we all want the conflicts to end. And that is why it is our responsibility to work to achieve dialogue and cooperation. Serbia remains committed to this objective, in spite of challenges, because peace is our greatest desire and hope. We must provide our children with a future where they will live without fear and in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the next, I give the floor for Mr. Yuli Edelstein, the Speaker of Knesset of Israel. Please look on the screen. It will be the video message.
Dear friends, it's such an honor to address this distinguished conference. The reason I'm physically not with you and have to do it online is because today the Jewish people all over the world, and obviously in Israel, celebrate the festival of Simchat Torah, one of the most important Jewish holidays. The sad news is that exactly a year ago, according to the Jewish calendar, on Simchat Torah, Hamas terrorists attacked the south of our country, killing numerous people, burning people alive, including babies, raping, doing things that I even don't want to go into graphic descriptions of. You in Ukraine know the feeling only too well. And I think that it's very important for all of us to understand that we are together in this battle against the axis of evil. It may be Russia committing crimes in the Ukraine, It could be Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran committing crimes here in the state of Israel. We should be together in this battle. Our hearts are with you. You know what it feels like when drones fly over you, killing indiscriminately everyone, including innocent civilians. You know only too well what it means when missiles and rockets strike buildings, strike houses with families, with children, with elderly people, hospitals, you name it. In our fight, if we stick together, we will prevail. Because the forces of evil may be strong, but the forces of good always prevail in the end. It's difficult. You lost many, we lost many. We, unfortunately, both countries, both peoples, continue losing our best sons and daughters. But in the end, bright future is lying ahead of us. The support of international community is very important. I admire you for having this conference and managing to bring together so many countries, so many representatives. My heart is with you. Physically, I'm here to take care of our problems, and we will continue staying in touch for the better life in the world in general.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next, I invite Mr. Sven Garberg, is Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Norway, Stortinget. Please, the floor is yours.
Speaker Marina, Chairman Stefanchuk, dear colleagues, more than 10 years have passed since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. Almost 1,000 days have passed since Russia started its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Terrible reports of death and suffering have haunted us throughout the summer and autumn. The situation along the eastern front line is becoming more difficult by the day. Our Ukrainian friends are now facing a winter which might be the most difficult since the onset of full-scale war. At the same time, we continue to be deeply impressed by the Ukrainian people's resilience, courage, and creativity in resisting a much larger enemy. The Kursk offensive is only one example of that. The Ukrainians are continuing to prove that they are fully worthy of our support. And even though the war has now lasted a long time, it's still as much about the future of democracy and freedom as it was on February the 24th, 2022. That's why the Norwegian government proposed last month to increase the support program for Ukraine and to extend it until 2030. The new frame of 11.5 billion euros is also only a floor, not a ceiling, and the Norwegian government will continue to assess if there is a need for increasing it even more. This program is backed by all the parties in our parliament. Our support for Ukraine is a show of solidarity, but it's also a question of national self-interest. No country in Europe is safe if Russia learns that might is right. I'm also proud to note that the relationship between the Stortinget and the Verkhovna Rada is closer than ever. Right now, as we speak, 6 members of staff in the Rada are on a study visit to the Stortinget. The third such visit since our 5-year agreement on joint democracy support was signed last year. We are deeply impressed to learn how our colleagues from the Rada have managed to keep parliamentary business afloat under the most severe danger you can imagine. Parliaments are the hearts of our democracies, and Ukraine's defensive war is precisely about that, the defense of democracy. Dear friends, Norway and the Stortinget will not rest until we see a sovereign, independent, democratic and safe Ukraine. The recipe for that is clear and simple. Russia must immediately end its war an illegal occupation of all Ukrainian territory, including Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The next, I invite Mr. Petr Žiga, Deputy Action Speaker of National Council of Slovak Republic.
Ďakujem pekne.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished Mr. President, I'm pleased to join the speakers at the third summit of the Crimean Platform here in Riga and symbolically reaffirm our support for the political sovereignty of Ukraine and territorial integrity within the internationally recognized borders. Slovakia has already and repeatedly expressed its position on this issue. Any aggression or violent change of borders creates an international precedent that is unacceptable to us, because violent change of a border is a part of our history. When we meet at this forum, the war and suffering of millions of innocent people continues in Ukraine. Slovakia views this situation extremely keenly, as it also has a very significant impact on the societal, economic, social, and security situation of our citizens, and will therefore continue to actively assist Ukraine, particularly where we can do so. That is the first and foremost in the humanitarian, social, and development spheres. Today, the Slovak Republic is a safe home for over 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, mainly women, children, and young people, to whom we have been providing our assistance and support for the 3 subsequent years. Our support is also strongly reflected in the executive area. Over the last 6 months, we have held 2 joint meetings of the governments of Slovakia and Ukraine. This support was also confirmed at the first joint meeting of the governments in 2024, and by the adoption of the roadmap for joint activities between the Slovak Republic and Ukraine. The 2 governments met again just a few days ago in Uzhhorod. We also actively help Ukraine and its people with humanitarian supplies and deliveries of energy equipment and electricity. Dear colleagues, let me conclude my remarks by confirming that peaceful, independent, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine integrated into the European structures after meeting relevant criteria within its internationally recognized borders remains to be in the strategic interest of Slovakia. I, the representative of the Slovakian Parliament, offer our long-standing experience and assistance to our Ukrainian partners. Thank you for your attention.
Paldies Pētera Žigas kungam.
Thank you to Mr. Petr Žiga. I will continue with chairing the meeting, and now I give the floor to Ms. Judith Cummins, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons of the UK. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Marinia and Chairman Stefanchuk, for organising this summit. I am very pleased to be here, demonstrating the House of Commons' commitment to the International Crimea Platform. Sir Lindsay Hoyle, our Speaker, addressed the first summit 2 years ago. He condemned Putin's aggression and declared his support for Ukraine, for the courageous Ukrainian people, and for the liberation of Crimea. Sir Lindsay Hoyle has been a passionate advocate for and a friend of Ukraine since October 2020, when he welcomed President Zelensky to our Parliament. In March 2022, shortly after Russia's full-scale invasion, he invited the President to address our Parliament by satellite link to the House of Commons chamber, the first time such a thing had happened. Less than a year later, our whole Parliament was united in welcoming President Zelensky when he addressed both houses in person in our historic Westminster Hall. I know that the Speaker was deeply honoured recently at the G7 Speakers' Conference to receive from you, Chairman Stefanchuk, the highest honour of your Parliament for his outstanding support for the people and Parliament of Ukraine. At that meeting, Mr. Speaker stressed to his G7 counterparts the importance of continuing to support Ukraine, saying what happens to Ukraine today could happen to the rest of us tomorrow, so this is a fight that we must all take together. We must always remember that Russia's violation of Ukraine's sovereignty did not begin in 2022. It began with the annexation of Crimea in 2014, which was followed by a pattern of repression and human rights violations. Russia's illegal actions in Crimea and Ukraine undermine a fundamental principle of the rules-based international order and the UN Charter, that there should be no attempt to change international borders by the use of force. The UK has strongly supported the International Crimea Platform as a means to strengthen the global response and engagement on Crimea. This is a position that remains unchanged following the new UK government taking office in July. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer welcomed President Zelensky to London on the 10th of October to discuss the President's victory plan for Ukraine. The Prime Minister underscored the UK's steadfast commitment to a sovereign Ukraine. UK support for Ukraine is a matter of cross-party agreement, and the House of Commons has been central to expressing it. The Foreign Affairs Committee reported in 2017 that the UK must never accept the illegal annexation of Crimea. Our Speaker ensures that there are regular updates on Ukraine by the government in the House of Commons, which allows members to ask questions. The most recent government statement was on Tuesday of this week. This conference is a vital opportunity for us to discuss how we can use our positions in our parliaments to support Ukraine and Crimea. We as speakers, deputy speakers and influential parliamentarians can and must continue to do that, because Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Sirsnīgs paldies Džuditai Kaminsas.
Sincerely thank you to Ms. Judith Cummins. And now I give the floor to a video address by Mr. Igor Grosu, President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova.
Dear Ms. Mērina, dear colleagues, I warmly greet you from the Republic of Moldova. It is for the first time when I am not physically present there with you, but I am sure that you understand the reason for my absence. Our country is standing at the crossroads. A few days ago, on 20 October, Moldovans expressed their will by voting, and the majority of citizens supported the European path and said yes to the amendment of the Constitution with respect to the accession of the Republic of Moldova to the European Union. Despite the unprecedented assault on the democracy and freedom of our people, despite the allocation by the Kremlin of tens of millions of dollars to buy votes, we Moldavians, through vote, proved our attachment to the European value. On 20 October, 750,137 Moldavians affirmed that we are European and that our only path is towards the European Union, a place of peace, freedom and security. Another evidence is the massive vote given by the Moldavian diaspora, who saw for themselves the meaning of living in peace, prosperity and freedom. Now, a new electoral exercise lies ahead. We are to give another crucial battle for the fate of our country. On 3 November, we will elect the president who will carry the European integration endeavor to accomplishment. We will elect our president who will continue to fight criminal groups and the thieves that want to come back for power at all costs. Together with Maia Sandu, we will fight for a strong and free Moldova. And you should know that we have a very difficult mission. Instead of going from house to explain to people our future plans, every day we have to fight on the information battleground and in unparalleled hybrid war. Every day, we unveil unlawful schemes through which the Russian Federation is buying voters, the goal being to buy 300,000 votes. It is a hard fight, but we believe in the wisdom of our people. We understand very well that now is a historic chance to break away from those who have blackmailed us and have held us hostages for decades. We understand that we need peace and tranquility, first of all, for our citizens, as well as for the entire region. In the past 3 years, we have proven that we can be a reliable neighbor, a trustworthy partner, and a friend in good and bad times. As I said at the 4th edition of the summit of the Crimea Platform in Kiev, where I took part on 11 September 2024, I will reiterate before you today. We want to keep our commitment taken before the Ukrainian people and before our partners. We want to help reconstruct Ukraine, to be a key hub for the reconstruction and participate in strategic projects that will cover the energy, transport and infrastructure projects. That is why it is necessary that Moldova to be free and strong in order to help us much as we can, including under the Ukrainian peace formula. Today, we have about 70,000 Ukrainians benefiting on temporary protection. We joined international efforts to free kidnapped Ukrainian children, and our parliament adopted a declaration in this regard. In addition, we joined the register of damages of the Council of Europe to make sure that Russia will pay reparations, because what is happening in Ukraine is genocide. All these acts must be condemned and the perpetrators must be punished. Dear friends, undergoing a full process of consolidation of democracy and state institutions, we maintained peace and security in Moldova. That is what we intend to further do. I trust that after the 4th November, when you come to visit us, we will be able to tell you, welcome to a European Moldova with a European president, a reliable partner for all the civilized world. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Sirsnīgs paldies, Igor!
Sincerely thank you to Mr. Igor Grosu. Our next speaker is Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos, the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe.
Last night, while we were sitting with the President at the official dinner, I asked you a lot of questions, and you willingly answered to all of them. And I want to share with my colleagues a very moving moment for me. When I asked you about your motive, you didn't say anything. You turned on your mobile phone and you showed me a picture, the picture of your family. A photo which was taken, as you said, the day that the Russians invaded Ukraine. It is not only about Ruslan's family. It is about the dignity of a people, the dignity of those who are fighting for their freedom. Dear colleagues, we extended the discussion yesterday to historical events of recent past. And we have heard earlier the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, Jerry O'Connell, talking about the Cold Era. We live now in a new Cold Era caused by an aggressor who is not just the elephant in the room, but a ghost coming from the darkest pages of history. And when we left the presidential palace, I was wondering what historians of the future will write about these moments that we all witness. As a historian myself, I strongly believe that participants in this room are standing on the right side of history. Dear colleagues, I'm honored to represent here today the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the first and the only to date that excluded immediately Russia when its army invaded and started this war of aggression. I'm proud to represent an assembly which first initiated the issue of accountability of the Russian Federation, and we were the first to set up a proposal for an ad hoc international tribunal for the crime of aggression. Ideas which were considered as too controversial, too ambitious, and unrealistic at that time. But it is extremely encouraging to witness that an idea of yours which was considered to be a dream becomes reality. Like, for example, the International Register of Damage, which is already operating. But today, dear participants, the war in Ukraine rages on. People are being killed every day. We must do everything within our power to bring peace to Ukraine, but not just any peace at any cost, peace based on justice and respect for the rule of law. Peace that fully addresses the consequences of the Russian aggression, peace that delivers justice to all the victims. Dear colleagues, I mentioned earlier our idea at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe about the International Tribunal Court. And many thought that this was a dream when we first initiated this idea. Now it is almost coming to reality. So, being here with you today, I prefer to represent the dreamers than those who are compromised. Thank you.
Jā, sirsnīgs paldies, Teo.
Thank you to Mr. Rosopoulos. The next speaker will be Mr. Denis Zvidic, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on the same day last year, I addressed the plenary session on the Second Parliamentary Summit of International Crimea Platform. At that time, I shared the experience of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which also suffered aggression from neighboring state. In that regard, I will convey a few messages to the Ukrainian people and to the representatives of the international community. The first message is that the international community must increase military, economic, and all other forms of assistance to Ukraine. Without strong and continuous support, the war scenario will follow. For years, the world turned a blind eye to the horrific crimes committed by aggressors in Bosnia and Herzegovina, culminating in ethnic cleansing, mass war crimes, and crimes against humanity, as well as internationally judged genocide in Srebrenica. In 1945, we said never again, but yet it repeated in 1995 in Srebrenica, and today, in 2024, we are witnessing mass crimes and violation of international law in Ukraine. My second message is urgent need to establish an international tribunal to prosecute all war crimes committed in Ukraine. As you know, a similar tribunal was established for the former Yugoslavia, and while it did not deliver absolute justice, it accomplished an important historical task by defining, through the series of verdicts, who the war criminals are and who are the fighters for the freedom, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of their homeland. Finally, my third message is that we must return to international order based on rules and sanctions anyone who violates these rules. In that context, it's important to underline that the Russian Federation aggression against Ukraine didn't start in February 2022, as it's often said, but in 2014, with the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea as an integral part of Ukraine's territory. In that moment, international community didn't understand that policy of appeasement towards aggressor is never right approach. They will always go further and be more violent in the future. I think the key message of today's summit is that sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders must be and will be restored and protected. In that regard, and having in mind Russia's interference in the internal affairs of countries of Western Balkans, I think that we should send proper and important message that European Union, together with US, UK and other partners, will not allow any redrawing of borders, neither in Ukraine nor in Western Balkans, because there will no peace in Europe without a peaceful and stable Ukraine as a member of European Union and NATO, just as there is no peace in Europe without a peaceful and stable Western Balkans as a part of European Union and NATO. Only in this way we will have lasting peace, long-term stability and prosperity in Europe. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
Jā, sirsnīgs paldies.
Thank you very much to Mr. Zvizdic. Now I would like to invite Mr. Maroto, Deputy Speaker of the Senate of Spain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is divided between democracies and autocracies. It is no longer divided between liberalism and Marxism as it was in the past. Despite all the difficulties and problems we face, the democratic system has never been as strong as it is today. Democracy is finally widespread almost all around the world. In Eastern Europe, after years of communism, or in Japan, which a century ago was not a liberal democracy, or in India, which was a British colony, or in Latin America, although some of these democracies are not perfect. Democracy has grown and strengthened. Citizens want to enjoy the freedom that democracy offers. Autocrats, like Putin, want to eliminate it because they fear it. Dictators don't usually take the final step of abolishing the elections outright. Instead, they keep them as a ritual that serves to provide legitimacy and maintain a democratic facade, as it's happening in Putin's Russia. But Putin not only wants to prevent democracy within Russia, but also outside of it. Putin's interference in favor of the Leave during the Brexit campaign is an example from the past. His interference in the last elections in Moldova is an example from the present, but there are many others. The triumph of liberal democracies does not prevent them from being militarily attacked by totalitarian regimes. So, the democratic Ukraine is being attacked by the autocratic Russia, as the democratic Israel is being attacked by the autocratic Iran. The Russians have lost about 650,000 men, while the Ukrainians have lost around 400,000 due to this Russian illegal aggression. More than 1 million people have died. Obviously, there will need to be a peace negotiation, but what's relevant is under what terms this negotiation takes place. The closest to the main aspects of Zelensky's victory plan, the better. The discussion must also include what Ukraine's future position will be in relation to the European and NATO. It is not just a matter of solidarity, it's our moral obligation to support the cause of Ukraine. If we allow one country to change borders at will today, it could be us facing a threat to the security of our cities tomorrow. Defending Ukraine's integrity means defending freedom, defending democracy, and defending the rule of law. Let's do it together. Slava Ukraini.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
I thank Mr. Maroto, and now I invite Mr. Plakiotakis, Deputy Speaker of the Hellenic Parliament. Please.
Speaker, dear speakers and presidents, dear colleagues, our gathering here today in Riga offers all of us an opportunity to reaffirm our principled position that Crimea is an unalienable part of Ukraine. It has been 10 years since Russia occupied and illegally annexed the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. 2 years ago, Russia proceeded to yet another violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, attempting to illegally annex the Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia region by engineering sham referendum as a pretext. We are confronted with a grave challenge. Unilateral decisions to illegally annex territories by the use of force are null and void and cannot produce legal effects under international law. The inviolability of borders has been the foundation of post-Helsinki Europe. The occupation of Crimea in 2014 marked the first step of a revisionist plan to redraw the borders of Europe. Greece remains unwavering in its support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its recognized international borders. In this framework, I would like to stress that an agreement on security cooperation was signed a few days ago in Brussels, which reinforces the already strong bonds between the two countries and paves the way for closer interactions on issues such as reconstruction, defense industry cooperation, and Euro-Atlantic integration. Greece will never recognize Crimea and any of the aforesaid Ukrainian region as anything but a part of Ukraine. And we are equally committed to supporting Ukraine's efforts to protect its citizens, rebuild its economy, and advance its reform agenda as it pursues its integration into the Euro-Atlantic community. We are also committed to sustaining the pressure on Moscow to end this war. As known, Greece is an active part of the European Union firm's commitment of support towards, on all levels, political, financial, economic, humanitarian, military, and diplomatic. We have stood and will continue to stand in solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people who are fighting for their freedom and independence, as well as for their territorial integrity and sovereignty of their country. Respect of all states for the territorial integrity is one of the fundamental pillars of the international law and the cornerstone of the UN Charter. Our position of principle is rock solid. We defend our principle and values, democracy, inviolability of borders, fundamental human rights, and international law. With these thoughts, I would like to wish every success to the works of the summit. Thank you for your attention.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
I thank Mr. Plakiotakis, and now I invite Mr. Kamai, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Montenegro, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dear colleagues, Presidents and Vice Presidents of Parliaments, distinguished MPs and High Representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. At the very beginning, allow me to greet you all on behalf of the Parliament of Montenegro and in my personal capacity, and to express my satisfaction and honor to participate in this significant event. The presence of high-level representatives from various countries underscores the magnitude of support extended to the Ukraine during these challenging times. So we have come together united by a shared and significant goal. The Crimea Platform is an excellent forum for strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and a great opportunity to publicly call on the Russian Federation to immediately end its military aggression against Ukraine. Dear friends, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize Montenegro's clear position. We provide unconditional support for the preservation of Ukraine's political sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. As a credible NATO member, Montenegro contributes to resolving the Ukraine issue through this multilateral format and supports the decision made at this level, such as establishing a comprehensive aid package for Ukraine and taking on a greater role in coordinating long-term security assistance. As the leading candidate country in the EU membership process, Montenegro is fully aligned with the European Union's common foreign and security policy. Montenegro also has reaffirmed its support for Ukraine through Parliament by adopting a resolution on the Russian Federation's military aggression against Ukraine. Furthermore, Montenegro was the first non-EU country to adopt a decision granting temporary protection to individuals from Ukraine, while also easing entry into the country for humanitarian reasons. Many Ukrainian friends have found a safe place in Montenegro where they live, work, study, and are very well integrated into our society. Lastly, at the recent Third Ukraine-Southeast Europe Summit in Dubrovnik, Montenegro joined 12 participating nations in signing the Dubrovnik Declaration. We believe that strengthening the cooperation between Ukraine, the EU, and NATO is vital for resolving the current crisis and restoring peace and stability to the region. In conclusion, I would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to the Ukrainian people for the tragic losses they have endured. We remain hopeful that the ceasefire will soon be achieved, paving the way for lasting peace. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Sirsnīgs paldies, Nicole.
I thank Mr. Kamai, and now I invite Mr. Griffroy, Deputy Speaker of the Belgian Senate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dear Speaker, dear Vice Speakers, dear Excellencies. The invasion of Ukraine in 2014 marked the beginning of Russian territorial aggression and the illegal occupation of Crimea. The ongoing process of Russification, militarization, and human rights violations that take place in Crimea must come to an end. It's essential that this aggression is met with resolute action. As such, there can be no compromise. Russian soldiers must leave Ukraine entirely. Allowing this conflict to freeze would only sow the seeds for future aggression. Accountability for those responsible for war crimes is non-negotiable. The sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine are non-negotiable as well. Ending this war must be our top priority. We all bear responsibility to prevent this war by supporting the President of Ukraine's peace formula, by strengthening and implementing sanctions, and closing the loopholes we allow by increasing military and humanitarian aid to ensure that Ukraine can defend itself. Moreover, the Russian Federation war of aggression against Ukraine has dramatically weakened our common security architecture. There is not only the human suffering and the devastating impact on the economy and the environment. The war disrupts the energy market and global connectivity and exacerbates inflation and food insecurity. The recipe for coping with these disruptions are resilience policies for critical infrastructure, securing basic needs, promoting energy security, and the diversification of energy resources. Indeed, Ukraine deserves all support in terms of humanitarian assistance, support for the reform program, and help for recovery and reconstruction. Even though the front line of this war is not far away, we must face the fact that the battlefield extends to the entire democratic world through means of hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, disinformation and propaganda, election meddling, and the weaponization of food, energy, and migration. If we want a just and peaceful world for future generations, we can do so by ensuring justice and by holding perpetrators accountable for their crimes during this war. I can say with certainty that the invasion of Ukraine woke up many Europeans. We have realized that peace can never be taken for granted and that we must remain true to our values. And this summit is an opportunity to do exactly that, to be on the right side of history and to uphold international law, the United Nations Charter, and defend the principles of territorial integrity. Our commitment of today will define the world of tomorrow. We have a responsibility to ensure that justice prevails and that future generations inherit a world where peace and democracy triumph over tyranny and aggression. Together, we can create a climate of mutual trust and cooperative security. Let us reaffirm our commitment to Crimea and Ukraine and to the values we hold dear. Thank you. Slava Ukraina.
Paldies, Andrijs Grif.
Thank you, Mr. Grifra. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Forslund, Deputy Speaker of the Swedish Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Excellencies, colleagues, in 2024 we mark the 10th anniversary of Russia's occupation of Crimea. The war in Luhansk and Donetsk and the fact that almost 3 years have passed since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In these dire times, I would like to thank our hosts for organizing this event and thus giving us the opportunity to express our strong support for Ukraine, our respect for your struggle, and our strong hope for this sustainable and just peace built on international law. It is easy to talk about the bravery of Ukrainian people or to lament the enormous suffering of your people. In the same way, it's easy to talk about your just cause. We are all well aware of Russia's ambitions, as we have been since 2008. Ukraine is fighting for its rights to exist, to choose its own path, for a European and global security order, and for a future in peace for us all. But it's not easy to rely and fully understand the nature of your efforts and your pain. The sacrifices made every day by every soldier and every citizen affected by this horrendous and brutal war are beyond words. Every city and every village where this fight has been fought will, in the future, be remembered as a place where justice and humanity prevailed. Therefore, I would also like to mention the support packages we have decided upon in our Parliament during these years. We have made historic decisions, and it's necessary to underline our continued support. This message is very clear and very strong from the Swedish Parliament. I also believe that it is our duty as parliamentarians in all our countries to uphold this support not only for the sake of Ukraine, but also for democracy and the rule of law itself. I am, as First Deputy Speaker of the Swedish Parliament, proud to tell you about the unanimous support for Ukraine in our Parliament and in all of its 8 parties. We often disagree and our debates can be harsh, believe me, but when it comes to Ukraine, we stand firmly together in the Swedish Parliament. So does our government, both the present centre-right government and the previous centre-left government. But most importantly, the Swedish people stand with Ukraine. Among Swedes, we quickly learned the 2 words in Ukrainian, and by saying these, we express the deeply felt respect and the solid support and solidarity for Ukraine that we all share. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Jā, sirsnīgs paldies.
Thank you, Mr. Forslund. Now I invite Mr. Bozdak, Deputy Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. distinguished Speaker of the Latvian Parliament, Mrs. Mierina, distinguished Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, Mrs. Stefanchuk, distinguished Chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Chubaro, distinguished speakers, vice speakers. Before I begin, I would like to send my best remarks and welcome you on behalf of the Turkish people, Turkish Parliament, and Speaker of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. I would like to congratulate Latvia and the Speaker of the Latvian Parliament, Mrs. Mierina, and for their support, the Ukrainian Parliament, the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, for organizing such an important event. In the fight of Ukraine for its sovereignty and freedom, we are nearing the fourth year of this fight. We all know that Ukraine's rightful fight did not start in February 2022. The ongoing conflict started with the unjust and illegal annexation of Crimea 10 years ago. Ever since Crimea was annexed in 2014, Turkey has been one of the strongest supporters of the justified case of a strategic partner, Ukraine. Our strong support for the territorial integrity and sovereignty and independence of Ukraine grows stronger every day. Within this framework, we have actively participated in the activities and efforts of the Crimea Platform launched under the leadership of the President of Ukraine, His Excellencies Volodymyr Zelensky, and we are greatly satisfied with the leading role that this platform has assumed in bringing the case of Crimea to the international public agenda. Ukraine's reaching a fair and lasting peace is of great importance not only for our region but for the entire international community. Turkey is in favor of a solution to the ongoing war with an understanding that prioritizes diplomacy. We continue to find a solution that will take into consideration the fundamental principles of international law. And we believe that the strategic vision for ending the conflict will be developed beyond the battlefield with a balance that allows room for negotiations and on platforms that include both warring parties. Turkey will continue to provide all the support it can offer for the full re-establishment of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine, including Crimea. In addition, we will also mobilize all opportunities throughout the fight for freedom of Ukraine and in the process of reconstruction that will come after. In addition, we strive tirelessly for our Crimean Tatar brothers and sisters for their return to their homeland, Crimea, in peace and prosperity. On this occasion, I would like to say that we deeply welcome the release of Mr. Neriman Celal, the Deputy Chairman of the National Assembly of the Crimean Tatar people. And we provide all our Crimean Tatar brothers and sisters, including Ahmet and Asan Ahmedov, who were unjustly detained, to return their freedom and for them to reunite with their families. Distinguished participants, I express my respect to all Ukrainian people, including the Crimean Tatar people, who are striving for justice, law, and independence in Ukraine and Crimea, and wish all the patience to the grieving families who lost their loved ones to war and exile. I express my sincerest wishes and regards to you, my dear friends, and our Crimean Tatar brothers and sisters for their participation in the summit. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bosdak. Now I invite Mr. Robert Zīle, Deputy Speaker of the European Parliament.
Speakers, distinguished guests, on behalf of President of European Parliament, Ms. Roberta Metsola, I would like to thank Honorable Daiga Mierina for hosting this Third Parliamentary Summit of International Crimea Platform, and extend a special greeting to Speaker Ruslan Stefanchuk. It's a great honor also for me to return to this forum, and it's a great pleasure to do it in Riga. I can say that with some pride that the European Parliament's position, and I also mean the newly elected European Parliament, has been consistent as we firmly stand for Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. European leaders declared last week's European Council conclusions that Russia must not prevail. We welcome this declaration and the consistent efforts by EU leaders. In the European Parliament, we advocated for more ambition, notably on sanctions, and by calling on EU member states and NATO allies to provide military support for Ukraine amounting to at least 0.25% of annual GDP. Russia war is imperialistic and obsessional, but first and foremost it's coercive political tool, testing the collective West's resolve, seeking to change the world order. The ingredients that will decide the outcome of this test is exactly that, our collective resolve. If we are to imagine a future where we can work together in a stable rules-based order to tackle global challenges together, since there is no credible alternative to Ukraine's victory and no credible alternative to Ukraine Crimea, and no credible alternative to President Zelensky's peace plan. As President Metsola said last week in her press conference ahead of the EU summit and before the meeting with President Zelensky in Brussels, there cannot be such things as war fatigue. We need to support not any kind of peace, but only peace that is rooted in a freedom, anchored in dignity, and built on justice. European Parliament just determined to contribute and remain a reliable, responsible partner. We just this week adopted the recent Commission's proposal for Ukraine loan cooperation mechanism, under which the EU could provide macro-financial loans for up to 30 billion euros to be serviced and repaid by using the windfall profits from the immobilized Russian sovereign assets. Dear colleagues, in occupied Crimea, many risk their life and illegal detention. Crimean Tatars, journalists, media workers, and anyone express pro-Ukrainian sentiments or affiliations. Every name accounts, and Russia must know that every name is known and accounted for future court cases. The number of known political prisoners has grown since last year, now counting around 220 cases. And at the end of my speech, I would like just to say a few sentences in my mother tongue in Latvian language.
Some of those fatigued by the war in the West say that we should find a compromise about territories with Russia, but the issue is people. We are talking about people living in the occupied territories. For us Latvians, every family has an experience where an occupying force has taken their passport, has destroyed their family, and destroyed the intellectual elite. Can we make compromises in Ukraine about this? We cannot. Slava Ukraine.
Jā, sirsnīgs paldies.
So, thank you, Mr. Zīle. Our next speaker will be a video address by Mr. Gérard Larcher, President of the French Senate.
Monsieur le Président de la Rada d'Ukraine, chers collègues, Madame la Présidente du Parlement letton, qui accueillait si généreusement ce sommet parlementaire de la plateforme internationale de Crimée, mes chers collègues présidents de Parlement, Mesdames et Messieurs, depuis l'agression russe perpétrée contre l'Ukraine, les parlements des États qui aident votre pays, cher président Stefanchuk, ont pris l'habitude de se réunir à votre initiative pour vous exprimer leur entier soutien. Le soutien des démocraties face à l'autoritarisme, le soutien des États qui rejettent la modification des frontières par l'usage de la force, le soutien de tous les États attachés à la souveraineté des nations et à leur intégrité territoriale. Parce qu'il est devenu habituel, notre rendez-vous annuel n'en est pas pour autant convenu. Au contraire, plus le temps passe, plus les destructions et les crimes de l'agresseur s'accumulent, plus l'effort de résistance et de reconquête dure, et plus la mobilisation de tous est indispensable. Oui, plus il est important de faire bloc autour de vous aujourd'hui. Tel est le sens de mon message. Vous redire que l'engagement du Sénat de la République française à vos côtés n'a pas faibli, qu'il est tel qu'au premier jour de l'agression russe et qu'il s'inscrit dans la durée. Le président de la Commission des Affaires étrangères, de la Défense et des Forces armées du Sénat de la République française, Cédric Perrin, était d'ailleurs avec le ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères à Kiev ces derniers jours. Il serait paradoxal que l'arrière, la France et la plupart des pays de l'Union européenne, oui, que l'arrière fléchisse, alors que les Ukrainiennes et les Ukrainiens qui combattent pour leur patrie et nos valeurs sont en première ligne. Et ils nous montrent chaque jour le visage du courage, du sacrifice et de l'abnégation. Naturellement, l'espoir d'une interruption rapide du conflit anime tous ceux qui sont soucieux de la préservation de la vie. Mais nous partageons pleinement la conviction et la stratégie du président Zelensky exposée dans son plan pour la victoire. Si nous voulons que les armes se taisent en 2025, il est crucial que l'Ukraine soit en position de force. Seule une Ukraine forte peut être prête pour la diplomatie. Et il appartient à la France, à l'Union européenne, aux États-Unis d'Amérique, à ceux qui vous apportent leur soutien sur tous les continents, de renforcer.
Jā, paldies, Gérard.
Thank you for the address by Mr. Gérard Larcher. Our next speaker is Sorin Mihai Cimpeanu, Deputy Speaker of the Senate of Romania.
Président, en parlant après le président du Sénat de la France, et je vais continuer en français, distinguished colleagues and friends, I am deeply honored to join you today and reaffirm our solidarity with Ukraine, as well as our support and respect for its brave defense against the Russian illegal, unprovoked and unjustified military aggression. The full-scale Russian war of aggression is not only an attack against Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity and independence. It is in direct violation with the UN Charter, international treaties, conventions, norms and principles. The world that we have lived in since the end of the World War II, when we believed that the use of force for political goals was not an option, is confronted with unprecedented challenges. Romania fully supports the Crimea Platform objectives. They are highly relevant for our joint efforts to preserve the rule-based international order, which provides the most suitable framework for fair and stable international relations. Unity is the key in reaching this goal, in protecting and defending our common values and principles. Unity is our strength in these difficult times. Russia did not start the war against Ukraine in February 2022, but with the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Since then, many tragedies have occurred in Crimea. Political imprisonments, deportations, abduction and brainwashing of children. This must never be forgotten. Dear colleagues, a sustainable peace cannot be achieved without justice for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Romania maintains its firm position. All those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine should and will be brought to justice. This is our collective responsibility and the legitimate demand of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. International sanctions are one of the tools to undercut Russia's capacity to wage war against Ukraine and create even more civilian casualties. Therefore, we should focus on effective implementation of the 14 sanction packages regime against Russia imposed by the EU, to which Romania has actively contributed. Dear colleagues, Ukraine, while actively defending its own independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, is also fighting for the security and stability of the Balkan Sea region and the entire European continent. We remain fully committed to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to win the war, restore its territorial integrity, and move decisively toward becoming a full-fledged EU and NATO member state. Glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Liels paldies, Sorina Mihaja.
Thank you, Mr. Cimpiano. Our next speaker will be Mr. Sergio Costa, Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Italian Parliament.
To the Speaker of the Latvian Sejm, I bring the greeting of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, and I thank for taking the initiative of hosting this third summit of the Crimea Platform. To the Speaker of the Ukrainian Rada, I renew the solidarity of the Italian Parliament, not only in the name of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but also because of the tragic suffering that has affected its people for too long now. The Italian Parliament is here to once again emphasize the continued commitment of our country to support Ukraine and its reasons enshrined in international law. An unwavering commitment ongoing since March 2014. The Crimea has been occupied for 10 years. It has suffered huge financial damage, more than $1 billion, and increasing, and massive territorial devastation with serious environmental impacts. Italy does not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. This position was recently reinstated by the conclusions of the European Council on 18 October 2024. Italy, together with the whole of the EU, supports the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders that include Crimea. Since the beginning of the occupation, accounts of persecution and discrimination against the native people of the Tatars of Crimea have multiplied. This exile, the Surgun link that is remembered every year by the descendants of the survivors, has today a terrible echo with the incommunicado abduction and forced displacement of civilians, the criminalization of representative bodies, persecution of journalists and human rights defenders, once again depriving this population of the possibility to express and freely develop their identity and culture. All of us here have the duty of stubbornness in keeping on looking for the reasons of peace, in respect of the national sovereignties that were so recklessly attacked. The Crimea Platform is a key tool to make sure the issue remains on top of the international level at all levels. Ukraine will continue needing financial support for a long time, support for its reforms and reconstructions. Italy intends to be at the forefront. In 2025, it will host the next Ukraine Recovery Conference with a meeting at the level of heads of state of government, a meeting of ministers of foreign affairs, and meetings on the main sectors of the economy, infrastructures, construction, energy, agriculture, digital, strategic industry, healthcare. In conclusion, I emphasize our determination in calling for Crimea to go back to Ukrainian sovereignty and our commitment in seeking for a peaceful coexistence and in making Russia accountable and make it respect international human rights laws. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Our next speaker is Daniel Krivets, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Slovenia. Please, the floor is yours.
Esteemed speakers, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my deepest condolences go out to all who have lost loved ones, relatives, friends, and acquaintances to this brutal war. On behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, I would also like to express my profound admiration for the courage shown by the Ukrainian leadership and people, as well as our steadfast support for your fight to preserve sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Russian regime's unacceptable aggression has now entered its third year, inflicting unimaginable suffering on the Ukrainian people. There is and can be no justification for this blatant violation of international law, which endangers global peace and security. The Republic of Slovenia, which I have the honor to represent today, has always championed full and unconditional respect for international law. As a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, we strongly support all efforts to hold Russia accountable for its aggression against Ukraine. I would also like to extend my support for President Zelensky of Ukraine, who has demonstrated exceptional leadership throughout this war. His peace formula deserves our attention and backing. President Zelensky's vision for a peaceful resolution goes beyond merely proposing an end to hostilities. It emphasizes the crucial task of rebuilding a Ukraine where its citizens can live in security and dignity. This plan offers a glimmer of hope amid devastation and calls for a concerted international response to restore peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, the past two parliamentary summits of the Crimea Platform has produced significant conclusions, sending a strong message of unity against the violations perpetrated by the Kremlin. These meetings reaffirmed the commitment of nations to hold Russia accountable for its actions. Russia must bear full responsibility for the harm inflicted upon the attacked country. Today's draft joint declaration further emphasizes the international community's unequivocal condemnation of Russian aggression and its consequences, recognizing parliaments as key players in shaping the international agenda. This is why it deserves our unwavering support. When talking about our efforts, we cannot overlook the concerning information emerging from Russia regarding the military cooperation of certain countries with the Kremlin. Such military partnerships not only jeopardize regional stability, but also indicate a deepening alliance among authoritarian regimes, which poses an increasing threat to global security. This underscores the importance of reaffirming our collective responsibility to combat autocratic tendencies and address the rising threats to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. These values form the foundation of our enduring freedom, peace, prosperity, and security both in Europe and around the globe. It is imperative that we defend these values. We have a duty to maintain our unflinching support for the country under attack, as well as for the Ukrainian people and for its leadership that are sacrificing so much on our behalf. Thank you and Slava Ukraini.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Daniela Kriveca.
Thank you very much to Mr. Krivec. Our next speaker will be Shalva Papuashvili, the Speaker of Parliament of Georgia, who will give us a video address.
For over 2 years and a half, we have been witnessing a devastating war which nobody had thought would ever happen again in Europe. Russia's large-scale war against Ukraine shocked many. We Georgians have stood by our Ukrainian friends since the first day of the war, and we will continue doing so, because nobody knows the pain of war and the value of peace better than we do. The dreadful conflict in Ukraine served as an awakening call for many countries when the war hit the homeland, reminding them that peace is precious and indivisible, and it is also very fragile. We are in the middle of an arc of fire, instability, and conflict. Europe, which used to be the heaven of peace and stability for decades, is now the hotspot of a large armed conflict. We had warned our partners that the international system, which had failed to prevent the war in Georgia and now in Ukraine, did not provide for just and sustainable peace. The awakening which followed the war made many of our partners rethink and reappraise the ways to avoid such tremendous tragedies in future. We knew firsthand what frozen conflicts mean, brought about by the temporary truce. Truce does not ensure sustainable peace. Therefore, mere freezing of the conflict cannot bring about credible guarantees for peace. It is good we look now to future solutions, and these solutions should be based on just and sustainable peace. And these solutions should also be sustained by a relevant international system that makes such peace possible and lasting. We, depending on our relative size and capacity, have to take our share of responsibility and work cooperatively for a better peace, in support for Ukraine's sovereignty and independence, so that to ensure just and fair solution to the raging war. I wish our Ukrainian brothers and sisters a just peace and thorough and quick restoration of everything that has been destroyed by the war.
Jā, liels paldies!
Thank you to Mr. Paposhvili. Our next speaker is Mr. Andrew Aziemach Amako, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana.
Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, honorable colleagues, I bring you felicitations and warm greetings from the Speaker and the entire Parliament of Ghana, as well as the good people of Ghana. I'm here with my colleague to lend support and solidarize with the government and good people of Ukraine in the quest of seeking justice, peace, and security from their aggressors. The war of Russia on Ukraine, which escalated into full-scale war in February 2022, has sent shockwaves throughout the global economy. Whilst the immediate humanitarian crisis is centered in Ukraine, the economic repercussions are being felt worldwide, with African countries facing unique vulnerabilities and challenges. African countries' economic vulnerabilities to the Russia war on Ukraine stem from several key factors. Many African countries heavily rely on imports of grains, fertilizers, cooking oil, steel products, and other constructional materials from Ukraine. This reliance leaves African countries exposed to supply disruptions and price spikes on these essential commodities. Many governments in Africa and elsewhere may need to increase subsidies and social spending to mitigate the impact on vulnerable populations, straining already with limited and tight budget. Russia's action is therefore an attack on the world order, an attack on democratic values, an attack on the rule of law, an attack on people's freedom and liberties, and an attack on the economic survival of Africa and other vulnerable countries. We therefore demand that the warfare of Russia on Ukraine be stopped as soon as possible, since their actions are against international humanitarian law and most especially against moral conscience of the world. Your Excellencies, honorable members, let me thank you once again for your attention and support. Slava Ukraine.
Jā, sirsnīgs paldies.
I thank Mr. Amoako. And now I present the video speech by Ms. Rahman, General Secretary of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly.
Excellencies, speakers, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege as the Secretary General of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly to address the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimean Forum. This gathering is a reminder of our crucial role as parliamentarians in advocating for the protection of human rights. Human rights are universal, transcending continent, race, and religion, and ASEAN remains committed to upholding these principles for all individuals. In our pursuit of peace, security, and prosperity, ASEAN strives to fulfill the human rights for all people across the region. And at the core of ASEAN's approach to human rights is the principles of consultation, consensus, and non-interference, as enshrined in the ASEAN Charter. And this framework provides a balanced and distinctive approach to addressing the diverse cultural context within our region. ASEAN exemplifies how diversity, far from being a source of division, can be a powerful strength. With its rich tapestry of cultures, ethnicities, and religions, ASEAN remains steadfast in promoting human rights and fostering peace through mutual respect, while maintaining its centrality in addressing regional issues. And it is vital that we continue to lead on these principles without being drawn into external agendas. This commitment demonstrates how we can unite to protect human rights while respecting the sovereignty and integrity of all nations. Our strategic plan promotes rules-based policies in governance, human rights, social inclusion, and sustainable development. And it guides IPA in complementing ASEAN's efforts through parliamentary initiatives, aligning our rights in a cornerstone for building peace and security, which can be attained through dialogue and cooperation. Excellencies, I would like to take this moment to highlight the profound impact ongoing conflicts have on people, especially vulnerable groups such as women, children, and individuals with disabilities. And in this regard, it is essential to recognize that human rights are not just abstract principles, but must be actively upheld to protect the dignity and well-being of those most affected by these conflicts. And to conclude, I wish to reiterate IPA's unwavering dedication to the protection of human rights, recognizing that this commitment is essential for building a just and equitable society for all. Thank you, Excellencies, and may the discussions today foster collaborative efforts that translate into positive change for humanity.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
I thank Madam General Secretary, and now I would like to invite Ms. Avgerinopoulou, Vice President of the IPU.
And Your Excellencies, Speakers of the Parliaments, honorable parliamentarians and dear colleagues, I'm very honored to address you today in my capacity as the Vice President of the Interparliamentary Union, the global organization of our national parliaments. Let me first extend my thanks to the parliaments of Latvia and Ukraine for this kind invitation to speak before you today in this very important summit. Europe is facing security challenges it had not seen since the end of the Cold War. Day by day, we witness how violence continues to spread, claiming the lives of thousands and forcing millions into displacement. The war in Ukraine has shaken the foundations of international peace and stability to their core. In this regard, the IPU has consistently condemned the military aggression against Ukraine and its people by the Russian Federation. Through 2 resolutions and several statements, we have strongly rejected the illegal annexation of Ukrainian territories and called upon all nations to adhere strictly to the United Nations Charter and to international law. As we all know, permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, including the Russian Federation, bear a particular duty to respect the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force, which are the bedrock of our international system. The war in Ukraine, however, has flown in the face of these principles. If these principles are eroded, then the foundations of international stability is severely weakened, and the world quickly becomes a very, very dangerous place. For the first time in decades, the world is hearing rhetoric that invokes the potential use of nuclear weapons. The IPU stands firmly in upholding the nuclear taboo. Any threat or use of weapons of mass destruction is reckless, illegal, and unacceptable. Dear colleagues, in these dangerous times, outdated security concepts based on zero-sum games and block confrontations reminiscent of an obsolete Cold War mentality must be abandoned. The length and amplitude of the war in Ukraine are a cause of profound concern to all of us. The specter of this war serving potentially as a prelude to a broader world war must be immediately averted. As parliamentarians, we all have a unique role to play in this process. We are lawmakers, opinion leaders, representatives of our peoples, and stewards of international cooperation. For 135 years, IPU has remained unchanged to promote peace through parliamentary dialogue, to provide the representatives of all peoples of the world with a platform to exchange words instead of bullets. The IPU recalls its Geneva Declaration of Parliamentary Diplomacy. In addition, its task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine that addresses issues of critical importance such as nuclear safety, food security, access to a treatment of prisoners of war, environmental protection, and very importantly, the plight of Ukrainian children. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation's security can come at the expenses of another's. The security of one country is linked to the security of its neighbors and the global community. The IPU remains dedicated to promoting common security and human security at once. We parliamentarians should work together to achieve our goals for our peoples, for the people of Ukraine, for all. Thank you very much.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Dion.
I thank Ms. Avgerinopoulou from IPU. And next we have a video address by the Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, Mr. Latortai.
Ukrajnával határos országként különös aggodalommal figyeljük a szomszédunkban dúló súlyos, emberi, családi és nemzeti tragédiákat hozó háborút. Meggyőződésünk, hogy a háború semmilyen konfliktus helyzetre nem jelenthet megoldást. A háború kezdetétől fogva támogatjuk a mielőbbi békés rendezést, és minden olyan erőfeszítést, amely arra irányul, hogy érdemi tárgyalások induljanak meg egy fenntartható, stabilitást hozó békéről, ami hosszú távon garantálja Ukrajna és az egész európai kontinens biztonságát. A magyar álláspont a kezdetektől összhangban áll Ferenc pápa morális alapú megközelítésével. Őszentsége tavaly október közepén Zelenszky elnök urat fogadva több alkalommal a diplomáciai megoldás feltételeinek megteremtésére szólított fel. Olyan igazságos és tartós békét eredményező megállapodásra van szükség, ahogy ő mondja, amely lezárja az oly sok áldozatot, sebesültet, rombolást, kint és könnyeket hozó háborút. Magyar részről hiszünk a diplomácia eszközeiben, és ezt felhasználva törekszünk saját lehetőségeinkhez mérten támogatni a vérrontás megállítását, az eszkaláció megelőzését, a béke előmozdítását és a mielőbbi fegyverszünet elérését. A rendkívül aggasztó ukrajnai humanitárius helyzetre reagálva, a háború kitörését követően hazánk történelme legnagyobb segítségnyújtási, rehabilitációs és fejlesztési akcióját kezdte meg, melynek keretében Ukrajna számára, beleértve az országból menekülteket és a belső menekülteket is, létfontosságú támogatásokat biztosít. Magyarország részt vesz a sebesült ukrán katonák kórházi ellátásában és a katonaorvosok képzésében is. A háborús menekülteknek szállást, élelmet, orvosi ellátást, foglalkoztatást és oktatási lehetőséget biztosítunk. Budapesten megnyitottuk az első kétnyelvű ukrán-magyar iskolát, mely idegen környezetben segít megőrizni a hazánkban menekült gyermekek kulturális gyökereit, és ukrán identitását, azt a nemzeti identitást, amelyet az agresszor megkérdőjelez. Fontosnak tartom, hogy a rigai parlamenti csúcstalálkozón fókuszba kerülnek a kereken 80 évvel ezelőtt deportált, és azóta is komoly kihívásokkal szembesülő krími tatárok is. Történelmi tapasztalat ugyanis, hogy háborús konfliktusokban szinte mindig a nemzeti kisebbségek bonyolultak a legsérülékenyebbeknek. A kisebbségek védelme, mely uniós csatlakozási feltétel is, jótékony hatást gyakorol a társadalmak biztonságára, és annak az Európának a demokratikus működésére, valamint békés fejlődéséhez, amelyhez Ukrajna is tartozik. Ukrajna és az ukrán nép továbbra is számíthat hazánk támogatására. Elkötelezettségünk változatlan, Magyarország továbbra is kiáll Ukrajna területi integritása, szuverenitása mellett, és elítéli Oroszország katonai agresszióját, lehetőségeihez képest pedig igyekszik részt venni a háború által okozott humanitárius katasztrófa enyhítésében és a béke mielőbbi megteremtésében.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Jānoša.
I thank Mr. Latorcai, and now we have a video address by Mr. Wilson from the U.S. Congress.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of freedom, greetings to all participants of the International Crimea Platform and friends of a free Ukraine. This is Joe Wilson, a member of the U.S. Congress from the state of South Carolina and chairman of the U.S. Helsinki Commission. Sadly, the world is in a conflict we did not choose between dictatorships with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. Ukraine is the front line of freedom. Ukrainians are protecting the entire free world from the aggression of war criminal Putin, who seeks not only to destroy Ukraine, but to enslave and constrict Ukrainians so that he can colonize other nations, restoring the failed Soviet empire. If Ukraine fails, freedom fails. If Ukraine is victorious, freedom is victorious. It is incumbent on defending freedom to provide Ukraine with all the support it needs to win, as quickly as possible. Victory means the full restoration of Ukrainian 1991 internationally recognized borders, membership in NATO, and has long been promised to Ukraine, and restitution from the dictatorship in Moscow. To achieve this, all should fully recognize the global threat by war criminal Putin. I was grateful to sponsor a report on preparing for the long-term threat of Putin imperialist Soviet threat of mass murder. This report urges a shift from the current policies that have dominated for the past 30 years to stop war criminal Putin imperial designs around the world. Congratulations to the Forum for educating policymakers and helping everyone understand this threat, because it is this group and your neighbors who originally warned of the consequences that we face. We have the appreciation of Central and Eastern European allies who understand Soviet imperialism better than anyone and have successfully defended against that in creating a wonderful array of free countries of Central and Eastern Europe that is inspiring to the world. Thank you from your friends for freedom. We're grateful for your continued success. God bless you.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
Thank you to Mr. Wilson. And now I would like to invite Mr. Arabia, head of the Friendship Group from the Chamber of Deputies of the Argentine Republic.
Dear parliamentary colleagues and distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to represent the Republic of Argentina at this significant summit. We, the Argentinian people, deeply value peace and democratic coexistence as essential pillars of our society. In behalf of my country, I wish to express our support for the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky, a great, great friend of us. Today, we reaffirm our absolute commitment to Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. We firmly support Ukraine's right to defend its sovereignty and reclaims its occupied territories. Argentina has joined the Ukraine Defense Contact Group and has also joined the international coalition dedicated to the recovery of Ukrainian children. The horrible reality that tens of thousands of children remain missing or abducted reaffirms our ongoing commitment to the defense of human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be clear. I'm here today to let everyone know that there is a new Argentina today, one that once again embraces the ideas of freedom, the very principle that made us one of the world's most prosperous nations over a century ago. These ideas, rooted in the unrestricted respect for individual life plans, the principle of non-aggression, and the protection of life, liberty, and private property, naturally position us as defenders of peace between nations. I would like to bring here the words of our President, Javier Milei, at the Peace Summit in Switzerland. Argentina will always remain committed to the ideas that made us great. For us, peace among free nations is not only a moral duty, but a necessary condition for prosperity and free trade. To conclude, allow me to say these last words in Spanish so that everyone knows that there is a country in Latin America that is once again on the right side of history. Paz, libertad.
Peace, freedom and prosperity.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Dami.
Thank you, Mr. Arabia. Now I would like to invite Mr. Klaver, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee at the House of Representatives of the Netherlands.
Speaker, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's a true privilege and honor to participate in this summit and to meet so many representatives from parliaments from all over the world here today. I would like to thank the Speaker of the Saima, Ms. Daika Merinja, for hosting this event and commend her for keeping the situation on the Crimea on the international political agenda. Our gathering here yesterday and today shows that the attention of the international community for the war on Ukraine remain undiminished. The timing of our meeting here is crucial. After President Zelensky's recent presentation of his victory plan, it's important now that we, as representatives of the international community of parliaments, unite around Ukraine's fight against the unbridled Russian aggression and show our solidarity with Ukraine's justified claim to self-determination and territorial sovereignty. Dear colleagues, let us not forget that Russia's war on Ukraine started in 2014 and started in the Crimea, and the international community looked away. For 10 long years, Russia has been waging war on Ukrainian territory. For 10 long years, Russia has been violating Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. Both the government and the Parliament of the Netherlands have, in the strongest possible terms, condemned the illegal, unprovoked and unjustified Russian war of aggression against Ukraine's civilians, civil infrastructure and cities. Also, after the parliamentary elections in the Netherlands in November last year, there is a strong and broad support for Ukraine in our parliament. Delegations from the House of Representatives have visited Ukraine's bombed cities and sites of tragedy like Bucha and Irpin. We have held many debates on the war and voted in support of our government's financial and military assistance to Ukraine. And like many of you, we invited President Zelensky to address our parliament twice. Our House of Representatives has recognized the deliberate campaign of starvation of the Ukrainian people by the Soviet regime in the 1930s. And just this week, members of our Foreign Affairs Committee have asked the government to consider recognizing the mass deportation of Crimean Tatars in 1944 as genocide as well. The Netherlands has stood firmly with Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. It's fitting that there is a parliamentary summit on the International Crimea Platform, because parliamentary work and diplomacy go well together. They can reinforce each other. I'm a firm believer in parliamentary diplomacy. In preparing for this conference, I met with the Latvian ambassador to the Netherlands, who before her appointment as ambassador to my country served as a member and ultimately as speaker of the Saima here in Latvia. Her career shows that work of parliamentarians and the work of diplomats can be a continuation of each other. So let us adopt our joint statement today as a commitment by the parliaments in Europe and elsewhere to remain standing strong with Ukraine. It's important that we do so and bring this message back to our voters. It's important so that our Ukrainian colleague, Chairman Stefanchuk, can bring this message back home to the people of Ukraine. It's important. Slava Ukraine.
Sirsnīgs paldies Džesija Klavera kungam un nākamais runāt.
Thank you, Mr. Klaver. Our next speaker will be Charles Flanagan, head of the Joint Committee for Foreign Affairs and Defence, Houses of Ordecht of Ireland.
I convey warm greetings and solidarity from the Ceann Comhairle, the Speaker of the Irish Parliament, Sean O'Farrell. 2.5 years on from Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine continues to face immense challenges. We've seen remarkable resilience shown by the people of Ukraine in the face of these challenges. That same determination and resolve will be needed to rebuild their country with support from international partners, including Ireland. Ireland remains unequivocal and steadfast in our support for the people of Ukraine. And of course, Crimea remains an integral part of Ukraine. In that regard, territorial autonomy of Crimea is fundamental. We in Ireland have welcomed over 110,000 Ukrainians to date under the Temporary Protection Directive, equivalent to more than 2% of our population. In September, Ireland announced further packages of support to assist rehabilitation, eventual reconstruction, and contribute to Ukraine's longer-term goals, including peace and stability and political aspirations. Indeed, the Summit on Peace in Ukraine, which Switzerland hosted in June of this year, was an important first step for the global community to build consensus around the principles underlying a future peace in Ukraine. Ireland welcomed this summit, and with other leaders we reaffirmed the UN Charter, including the principles of respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, can and will serve as a basis in achieving a comprehensive and just and lasting peace in Ukraine. At the UN General Assembly in September, Ireland was active in outreach at the highest political levels to reiterate the key messages on the global consequences of Russia's aggression to the wider United Nations membership and to further build support among global partners for the Ukrainian peace formula. Ireland is a firm supporter of that peace formula, is engaging with international partners to build global support. Russia must be held fully accountable in a court of law for its aggression and crimes committed against Ukraine and its people. Ireland's support for Ukraine is unwavering. We will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as necessary, and we welcome the leadership of this parliamentary summit, the International Crimea Platform here in this fine city of Riga. Slava Ukraini.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
Thank you very much to Mr. Flanagan. Our next speaker will be Mr. Giulio Terzi di Sant'Agata, head of the European Union Policies Committee of the Senate of the Italian Republic.
Madam President Mierina, Mr. Chairman Ruslan Stefanchuk, it is indeed my honor to represent today the President of the Italian Senate to convey his warmest congratulations and wishes to the summit. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has triggered a conflict that threatens the entire international order. It endangers the security, stability, the economy of Europe and beyond. The first elements of this threat were well present already 10 years ago when Russia invaded Ukraine, with atrocious violations of rules and principles universally recognized by the UN Charter ratified by the Russian Federation, a crime against territorial integrity of a sovereign nation, and we must state this clearly, denouncing the false and outrageous Russian narrative about Crimea. a crime against peace, a crime against humanity, of which Putin and his senior officials must be held fully accountable, must be investigated and prosecuted by the International Criminal Court and an ad hoc tribunal, as many suggest. They must answer to the international justice also in the framework of the Ljubljana Convention that upholds the principle of universal jurisdiction. These criminal acts listed in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, such as deportation of children, transfer of population, are under the direct responsibility of Mr. Putin and his accomplices. In particular, Mrs. Vlova-Belova, Mrs. Kobielash, Mrs. Sokolov, Mr. Shoigu, and Mr. Gerasimov. And we are horrified by the summary execution of civilians, destruction of civilian infrastructures, hospitals, schools, and homes. Faced with an aggression that strikes Ukraine, along with the foundations of freedom and democracy in the whole of Europe, our countries have decided to assure a cohesive and concrete military, economic, and humanitarian support in order to achieve a just and lasting peace based on the UN Charter and the Ukrainian peace formula. No peace initiative will ever be undertaken without Ukraine, as has been reiterated by the last European Council and G7 and NATO summits. Russia will not prevail. We firmly uphold the principle of non-recognition of illegal annexation. Russia must end its territorial occupations. The G7 chaired by Italy has agreed on a loan for Ukraine to be repaid through interest on frozen Russian assets, especially dedicated to Ukraine's reconstruction. And in July next year, as it was said already by my colleague, Honorable Costa, in July next year, Italy will host the Ukraine Recovery Conference, but my country is already involved in the protection of Ukrainian cultural heritage, starting with Odessa's Cathedral of Configuration. The prospect for Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration remain a key component for Italy's commitments, and we are keen to engage in this with Ukraine and other partners. Let me conclude by emphasizing the importance of today's meeting with the essential role of parliaments in dealing with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which means an aggression against Europe, and the role, the parliamentary role, that is essential to raise public awareness on the need to defend and foster our values of freedom, democracy, and justice. Slava Ukraini!
Paldies, sirsnīgs paldies!
Thank you to Mr. Di Santa Agata. Our next speaker is again a video address from Mr. Jose Manuel Rojo Edward Silva, head of the Friendship Group with Ukraine of the National Congress of Chile.
Edwards, Senator from Santiago, Chile, and President of the Chile-Ukraine Friendship Group at the Senate. Although I cannot be with you in person, I send this message to express my strong support to our mission at the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. As we gather, we must recognize that Russia's aggression did not begin in 2022. It started in 2014 with the invasion of Crimea. This violation of Ukraine's sovereignty is a direct challenge to international law and the principles of territorial integrity. The ongoing war will not end until Ukraine's internationally recognized borders are restored, including Donbass and Crimea. Many of us at the Chilean Congress and throughout Latin America are urging our presidents to take bolder steps to condemn this aggression and support efforts to restore peace. Our unwavering commitment to international law is vital. We must respond resolutely, advocating for diplomatic solutions, but also imposing consequences for such violations. Let us leave this summit united in our resolve to defend democracy, protect human rights, and ensure that this aggression is met with a steadfast opposition. Thank you very much.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Jose.
Thank you to Mr. Rojo Edward Silva. Our next speaker will be Laurent Zaimet, Deputy Head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, it's my honor to represent the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg at the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform here in Riga to confirm Luxembourg's continuous support of Ukraine. This afternoon, Our chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Gusti Gras, will be attending online the conference of the Peace Formula. Ladies and gentlemen, 85 years ago, my country was invaded by its neighbor. And 80 years ago, my country was liberated. We remember those events today. We honor the women and men who fought for our freedom. Many came from far away. They crossed the Atlantic to free people and countries they may never have heard of. They fought against tyranny. They fought for democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. What happened? We happened to live on the free side of the Iron Curtain. We witnessed the struggle of the Baltic states to be independent and free. When I turned 15, the Iron Curtain fell. The wall came down. Freedom and peace seemed to make their way all over Europe and beyond. We were wrong. Maybe we were naive. But I can't admit that believing in peace and freedom is naive. And I still believe that one day, hopefully sooner than later, Russians will rise up for their freedom. Because no tyranny has ever lasted, no people will forever accept to live in custody of an autocrat. Vladimir Putin tries to undermine our values, our common principles, and our fundamental rights, but he will not succeed, as many of you underlined. Autocrats want to establish an international order of submission through aggression. Let us not witness or permit this undoing of lessons we learned some 80 years ago. We cannot accept, and we will not accept, that aggression and brutality will determine our future. It is our common duty as members of Parliament to maintain a deep and constant understanding that the war in Ukraine concerns our people, our way of life. And we must remain in constant dialogue with our Ukrainian friends. The Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies will continue to use all our means to support Ukraine. At times where the Russian aggressor is hoping for a war fatigue in Europe, let him know that we will not give in honor of those who crossed the Atlantic 80 years ago, in honor of those who fought and died for the freedom of Europe. Let us meet our moment. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Sirsnīgs paldies Lorāna Zaimeta kungam.
Thank you, Mr. Zaimet. Next will be a video address by Mr. Wang Chen, head of the Special Committee on International Trade of the Parliament of Malaysia.
Wang Chen, I'm the Member of Parliament for Subang. I'm also the Chairman of the Malaysian Special Select Committee for International Relations and International Trade. I would like to state that I'm grateful for the invitation extended by the Ukrainian Embassy in Malaysia to take part in the 4th Summit of the Crimea Platform. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend in person. However, I would like to pledge my continued support for this initiative and its objectives. This year, 2024, marks the 10 years since the Russian annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, and the situation in the region remains unstable due to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. I would like to reiterate my stance of upholding the territorial integrity of Ukraine to the pre-2014 borders and urge the international community to remain resolute in upholding this fundamental principle of international law. I support the International Crimea Platform as a means to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine and Crimea. Globally, we are now facing multiple wars across the world. From the Russian invasion of Ukraine to the attacks on Gaza and Lebanon, to the civil war in Sudan, humanity is being tested. We must rise above these extreme challenges. As I've stated in my address to you last year, I remain concerned by the humanitarian crisis in Crimea and call on all parties to respect the tenets of international humanitarian law. Regarding this, I would like to reiterate 4 key elements that Crimea needs. Number 1, international humanitarian and human rights agencies, such as OCHR, should be provided full and free access in Crimea to conduct impartial and independent investigations on alleged human rights abuses. Number 2, Individuals in Crimea should be able to exercise their freedom of expression and peaceful assembly without fear of discrimination and retaliation. Number 3, the rights of Crimean Tatars should be protected. We call for the protection of identity-related rights. Good access to education in Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian should also be preserved. 4th and lastly, we firmly believe that peace is imperative to improve the humanitarian and human rights situation in Crimea and Ukraine. The international community should redouble our efforts to ensure this 10-year-long conflict reaches a peaceful resolution. Let me now speak broadly on my country, Malaysia, and our position. Malaysia will always defend the territorial integrity of every country within its internationally recognized borders. Malaysia encourages collective efforts to promote peace and security in the region and globally. Malaysia will continue to engage with all parties to seek a just and fair outcome regarding the situation in Crimea and also Ukraine. And on that point, thank you so much for listening. Terima kasih from Malaysia.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Vonga Čena.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. And the next speaker will be Mr. Raidma, member of the Parliamentary Assembly on behalf of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly.
Honorable Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, esteemed members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and of President Pia Kalma, allow me to start with extending our appreciation to the Saeima for hosting the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. This important summit confirms Latvia's lead in sustaining international support for Ukraine. 10 years have passed since the Russian Federation illegally annexed Crimea. During this period, Russia's illegal actions have escalated into full-fledged armed conflict against Ukraine, with far-reaching implications both for Ukraine and globally. Our Assembly response has been timely and consistent. Our members have responded by elaboration and comprehensive policy framework and by strengthening our Assembly toolbox in support of Ukraine. Today, our policy framework, predominantly constituted by our Assembly annual declarations, does not leave any element of Russia's broad spectrum of illegal actions unchecked. It also upholds more than ever a rules-based order grounded inter alia on OSCE's principles and commitments. Similarly, our toolbox has also been strengthened by means of Parliamentary Support Team for Ukraine, established in June 2023, following an unanimous decision by our Standing Committee at our annual session in Vancouver. The Parliamentary Support Team for Ukraine is chaired by President Pia Kalma and co-chaired by my distinguished colleagues from the Verkhovna Rada and the US Congress. Through a combination of our policy framework, our Parliamentary Support Team for Ukraine and other instruments, our Assembly has consistently upheld the primacy of international norms and principles, including Helsinki Principles, called for the full respect of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, condemned in the strongest terms the Russian Federation for its actions, called for full and just accountability and justice. We have also stepped up our Assembly attention to specific issues, such as the forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to the temporarily occupied territories, the Russian Federation and Belarus, and the problem of detained civilians, including OSCE officials who continue to be illegally detained. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by noting that the impact of our Assembly's contribution will continue to be reliant on mutually supportive cooperation with all international stakeholders and national parliaments. We stand ready to foster interparliamentary coordination, supporting Ukraine and defending a rule-based order. In moving forward, we very much count on your continued support and cooperation. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Mati.
Thank you, Mr. Raidma. Now I invite for a video address Mr. Feinsteig, head of the Parliamentary Friendship Group with Ukraine, Legislative Assembly of Costa Rica.
As chairman of the Parliamentary Friendship Group with Ukraine in the Costa Rican Legislative Assembly, I salute the brave Ukrainian people and their government. I wish to express my solidarity and support and that of my fellow parliamentarians in the face of the Russian war of aggression that has lasted over 1,000 days. We reject the invasion of Ukraine and the unlawful annexation of Crimea and other territories by the Russian regime. We call upon the international community not to recognize nor legitimize the attempted annexation of Crimea and demand from Russia full protection of the human rights of the Ukrainian citizens in the zone of conflict and to respect international humanitarian law. We especially reject Russia's policy of inflicting ecological damage on Ukraine and its policy of forced Russification of Ukrainian children kidnapped from their homes. Russia must put an end to this aggression immediately.
Sirsnīgs paldies.
Thank you to Mr. Feinsteig. And the next will also be a video address by Mr. Rodriguez, head of the Guatemala-Ukraine Friendship Group.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Congress and the people of Guatemala, I am pleased to express my gratitude to the organizers and participants for making this third meeting of International Crimea Platform a reality. Due to previous commitments that I must attend to in Guatemala, I cannot accompany you at this important event. I reiterate your firm commitment to continue working with you through this platform to defend the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders. Guatemala supports diplomatic efforts to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine and therefore reiterates its commitment to policy of non-recognition to illegal annexation of Crimea. We demand justice and accountability for serious human rights violations, attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, infiltration operations, and forced deportations, among others. All perpetrators must be held accountable for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Guatemala will support Ukraine's efforts to restore its territorial integrity. I would like to conclude by expressing my infinite admiration for the resilience demonstrated by Ukrainian people, his will to defend freedom, independence, and international law, values to resonate and are analogous with the thoughts of the people of Guatemala. Guatemala firmly defends the fundamental principles of United Nations Charter. It's your duty and moral obligation to defend international law. My God bless you, Byron Rodriguez, President of Parliamentary Group, Guatemala, Ukraine, in Congress to Guatemala.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Bīrona.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And the next address will be by Mr. Abdul, Speaker of the Assembly of the Union of Comoros.
Madame la Présidente de la CEMA, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidentes et Présidents d'Assemblée, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, chers amis. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les autorités de la Lettonie et notamment la présidente de l'Assemblée lettonne, honorable Daiga Mirina, présidente de la CEIMA, pour l'organisation de ce 3e sommet parlementaire de la plateforme pour la Crimée à Riga, cette belle ville balte. J'associe également mes remerciements au Verkhovna Rada, Parlement ukrainien, pour l'invitation qui nous a été adressée en vue de participer à ce sommet à l'instar des autres parlements du monde. L'organisation de ce sommet à Riga constitue sans nul doute une opportunité pour la Lettonie de montrer son leadership pour le renforcement du soutien international à l'Ukraine. C'est pourquoi le Parlement de l'Union des Comores, que je représente et dont je suis le président, exprime par ma voix toute sa solidarité au peuple frère d'Ukraine dans sa lutte pour la sauvegarde de sa souveraineté et de l'intégrité de son territoire. Parce que, pour mon pays, l'Union des Comores, qui jusqu'alors n'a pas retrouvé la plénitude de sa souveraineté, de tels combats pour la justice, l'équité et pour le respect du droit sont légitimes et doivent impérativement être soutenus. Il suffit, mesdames et messieurs, d'observer ce qui se passe aujourd'hui au Moyen-Orient pour se rendre compte de l'inhumanité avec laquelle certains prennent un plaisir malsain et cruel à violer ce que nous avons en commun et que nous devons nous préserver. Il s'agit de la paix et de la sécurité dans le respect de normes internationales qui fondent notre vivre ensemble depuis la fin de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. C'est aussi et surtout pour cela que la tenue de ce sommet est un espoir de retrouver les voies et moyens pacifiques de rétablir le droit partout où il est chahuté. Cela passera nécessairement par le dialogue, certes vertu universelle à laquelle, surtout nous autres fondamentalement croyants, sommes attachés. Oui, chers amis, la guerre ne sera jamais la solution à nos divergences. Elle ne fera jamais disparaître nos différences de vue pour le sujet du monde. Elle ne constitue pas non plus et encore moins un dénouement à nos conflits larvés dont les racines sont souvent enfouies dans nos histoires millénaires qui sont, en fin de compte, les repères et le sceau grâce auquel nous voulons organiser notre vie commune d'ici-bas. Et enfin, dans un monde changeant comme le nôtre, où les défis climatiques, environnementaux ou sécuritaires, d'une manière générale, nous rendent chaque jour davantage vulnérables, et notamment nous qui sommes des États insulaires, perdus dans les océans, nous devons collectivement donner toutes nos forces pour que la paix devienne l'unique objectif de notre combat sur Terre et même dans l'espace, puisque le progrès scientifique nous y conduise déjà petit à petit. Je vous remercie.
Thank you to Mr. Abdu, and our next and final speaker will be Mr. Michael Thomas of the Legislative Assembly of Liberia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be here today as I represent the government and people of the Republic of Liberia. I bring you greetings from the President, the Chief Justice, and the Speaker of the 55th National Legislature of Liberia. I'm honored and proud to represent my Speaker, who is on an international business with the President of Liberia, as they have just returned from Rome at a visit with the Pope. I'm deeply honored to form part of this event marking the Third Crimea Platform Parliamentary Summit held here in Riga. This gathering of parliamentarians in Riga today marks a significant milestone of the global attention and effort in addressing issues of territorial aggression, which contravenes the international humanitarian laws and the United Nations Charter. 3 years ago, the International Crimea Platform was established as a format for coordination and consultation at the level of stages of all governments and parliamentarians, foreign ministers, experts, and etc. Meanwhile, it was created as a means to raise awareness across the world amongst world leaders and wider public of temporary occupations and annexation of the Crimea Peninsula. Furthermore, this platform was established to address the negative impact on the humans and people's rights, especially of local population, threats of security in the Black Sea region, threats of international global food security, and the rules-based global order. In order to raise awareness and support of the international community for sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and the Baltic states within the internationally recognized border, this Third Parliamentary Conference and Summit was initiated and aimed to highlight the global impact of Russia's aggression and a continuing shed light on the international level of crimes committed by the aggressors. However, considering Russia's violation of the international humanitarian law, Chapter 2, Paragraph 4 of the United Nations Charter, which states that all member states shall refrain in their international relations from the threats of use of aggressive force against the territorial integrity of political independence of any states or in any other manner consistent with the purpose of the United Nations. The 60th session of the General Assembly adopted a resolution 68/262, on March 27, 2014, in response to the Russian annexation of Crimea and entitled Territorial Integrity of Ukraine. The non-binding resolution was supported by over 100 of United Nations member states, including the Republic of Liberia, which I represent here today. Your Excellencies, speakers and members of Parliament here present, ambassadors and members of foreign mission and distinguished committee, various Parliament bodies, I am pleased to appraise that the United Nations resolution further demonstrates the global commitment to maintaining peace, especially in these difficult periods of aggression by many nations. Furthermore, this resolution affirmed the United Nations pledge for the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized border and underscored the invalidity of the 2014 Crimea referendum. The forceful annexation and aggression against the Crimea region signifies and proves to the global community of gross human rights violations, including forced disappearance, torture, murder, cases of cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment and punishment by Russia and Russia-led authority, including punitive psychiatric incarceration. Meanwhile, such action, it seems, as a blatant violation of international laws. However, the government of Liberia, since the annexation of Crimea by Russia Federation, has joined her international partner in solidarity to categorically condemn the Russian aggression and the illegal occupation of Crimea as an integral territory of Ukraine. This commitment and solidarity has not changed, even up to today. Our president recently echoed the sacred commitment at the just ended 79th General Assembly of the United Nations held in New York, where he personally condemned in the highest term the aggression of Russia on the Crimea Peninsula. War has a catastrophic effect, and it causes more mortality and disability than even major diseases. We want to say today that we are calling on the President and government of Russia and its allies to immediately and unconditionally discontinue the aggression on Ukraine and the Crimea Tatar people in the Crimea Basin and restore normalcy and the tenets of democracy, justice, the rule of law, human rights, and dignity of our people, victory to Ukraine, and restoration of the Crimea territory, integrity of our people is sacrosanct. Thank you so much. Slavia, Ukraine.
Sirsnīgs paldies, Mike.
Thank you very much to Mr. Michael Thomas. Dear colleagues, dear friends, this was the last intervention. We thank you to everyone for your kind words and support for Ukraine. We will now proceed with the adoption of the joint statement, and I would like to ask the chairman of the Crimean Tatar Majlis, Mr. Refat Chabarov, to summarize the main points of the joint statement and the outcomes of our today's meeting. So please, Mr. Chabarov, the floor is yours.
Ваші високоповажності, шановні учасники.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, participants of the Third Parliamentary Summit, we are completing our work today, and I thank you all who participated in the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. On behalf of all of us, participants of the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, I would like to express our deep gratitude to our friends from Latvia. Thank you for your hospitality and the excellent organization of this event. Dear friends, today we have heard your words of support on behalf of your parliaments and political forces that you represent. We feel your sincere support, and we are grateful for you, for that you feel the pain of Ukrainians, of Crimean Tatars. You perceive it as your own pain. Thank you for sharing democratic values and not recognizing Russian attempts to hold illegally our territory. It has been mentioned many times that we have to reinforce our efforts in repelling the Russian aggression. And we have to find multiple ways of achieving peace. However, our unity and commitment and us being firm and resolute and military capabilities, all that will eventually make Russia to follow the international law, international humanitarian law and human rights. Dear friends, Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars that were able to come back only following years of struggle, they were able to come back to their homeland, to Ukraine, like no one else in the world. We are striving for peace, and we want to stop these atrocities and multiple killings, tortures of civilians, kidnapping children in their temporarily occupied territories. We want to put an end to the bloodshed and this cruel war of aggression. However, we want to achieve just peace. We are not ready to pay any price for our peace, and we are not ready to trade our land, which is the homeland of Crimean Tatars, which Russia has converted into the springboard for further expansion of its aggression directed at other countries. We do not want to transform our aspiration for peace into the attempt to satisfy the aggressor, the attempt of pacification of the aggressor. We have to be resolute and strong in our endeavors fighting for peace. We thank you, dear friends, for your participation in this third parliamentary summit of International Crimea Platform, as well as for your participation in the first Peace Summit. And I encourage you to continue supporting and promoting the initiatives such as Peace Formula that our President Volodymyr Zelensky came up with to force the aggressor state to bring this war to an end. Dear friends, traditionally, Parliamentary Summit of International Crimea Platform is completed by us adopting a joint statement, and we call upon a recognition of Ukraine's sovereignty and our right, the right of our state to self-defense and liberation of all temporarily occupied territories. We condemn atrocities committed by Russia in temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, in particular, conducting so-called referenda and elections that have no legal grounds and no legitimacy. They persecute journalists, activists, political activists. They illegally capture and detain peaceful citizens. They apply torture and inhumane treatment of individuals, and they violate principles of international humanitarian law, in particular with regard to indigenous peoples of Crimea. They are abducting and are forcibly deporting Ukrainian children to Russia and Belarus while destroying their identity. They criminalize the elected body of the Crimean Tatars, Mejlis, and in this way they deprive Crimean Tatars of the possibility to develop our identity, our language and culture. They continue to actively militarize the Crimean Peninsula, and in this way they prohibit the navigation, they create obstacles for navigation, and this fuels the global food crisis. This is a big issue for food security. We call upon all the parties involved, all participants of the Third Parliamentary Summit, to declare the right of Ukraine to regain its sovereignty, including temporarily occupied territories of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, regions of Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. The war is going on for 10 years, and it had become very brutal over the past 2 years and a half. At the same time, this war of aggression helps to crystallize the Ukrainian nation and awareness. Ukrainian soldiers had proven that the Russian army is not the second greatest army in the world. This is the army that will be conquered. Russia has committed actions that result in the global food crisis, and Russia is blackmailing the entire world threatening the use of nuclear weapons. Ronald Reagan, in his speech in 1983 in Florida, called the Soviet Union the country of evil. And following the collapse of former Soviet Union, many of us believed that this empire of evil had collapsed as well. However, Mr. Putin, as the individual with the background in security forces, he did everything possible to make Russia the center of evil in the present-day world. We believe it is immoral to shake hands with Mr. Putin, and we believe it is immoral to pat Mr. Putin on his back, in this way allowing him to continue tortures and killings of Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars. Dear friends, I am the head of Mejlis, the elected representative body of Crimean Tatar people. Today, in this hall, we have members of Mejlis of the Crimean Tatars, Gayana Yüksel, Iskander Bariyev, and many others, Gulnara Bekirova, and Nariman Jalal. You know Mr. Nariman Jalal. 3 months ago, Mr. Jalal was kept in prison in Russia, in Krasnoyarsk. More than 218 citizens of Ukraine, including Crimean Tatars, are imprisoned in Russia as political prisoners, and they are kept in extremely severe conditions. My colleagues and myself, we have to defend our own state of Ukraine. We have to defend our people who are in the conditions of the Russian occupation for more than 10 years. We cannot let Putin do what Stalin did not manage to do back in 1944, to destroy the indigenous people of Crimea. We can rely only on the sovereign Ukrainian state and on your nations, on your countries, dear friends. That is why I call upon all of you and your parliaments, your governments, we have to be resolute and dedicated in our striving to perform actions that will bring us to victory over the Russian evil, to regaining the territorial integrity of Ukraine, to the special tribunal issuing punitive sentence, court verdicts to Putin and the leadership of the Russian Federation, those who are guilty of their war crimes. Dear friends, we are convinced this war began in Ukraine through occupation of Crimea, and it should be brought to an end in Crimea through liberation of Crimea. Glory to Ukraine.
Ruslanam, savam kolēģim.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Stefanchuk for closing remarks.
Шановні учасники третього парламентського
Dear participants of the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, we are coming to an end of this summit, and I would like to address each of you with words of gratitude. Thank you, dear Daiga, dear Latvia. Thank you for excellent organization of this event. We are all part of this event, and thank you, dear friends, for that. Dear speakers of the parliaments, vice speakers, members of parliament, thank you for your active position and your commitment and your attention to the issues of Crimea. Thank you for having adopted this very important statement in which we express our unwavering support to principles of democracy, our fight for territorial integrity and sovereignty. I would like to express gratitude to the delegation of the Crimean Tatars that is taking part in this summit here today. Because thanks to your testimonies, we could feel the pain of Crimean Tatars and adopt crucial decisions. I believe that being here in Riga, holding this summit in Riga, is the best response to what is happening today in Kazan. We stand united. We are ready to fight for our principles, to do the same as the brave Ukrainian nation is doing on the battlefield, as well as Crimean Tatars in their own way. I thank you all for this day, and I wish that the next summit, Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform, and I wish we are able to hold it in already liberated Crimea. Thank you and see you soon.
Un kungi, dārgie kolēģi, arī es vēlos pateikt dažus pateicības vārdus jums visiem par dalību Starptautiskās Krimas platformas 3. parlamentārajā samitā. Es vēlos izmantot šo brīdi, lai pateiktos samita organizatoriem no Ukrainas augstākās radas, Saimas, Radisson Blu Latviju Hotel, kā arī visām citām organizācijām un institūcijām, kas nodrošinājušas pasākumu izdošanos. Mīļie kolēģi, vēl mēs esam sagatavojuši pirms došanās ceļā jums pusdienas, un paziņoju, ka mūsu tikšanās ir noslēgusies un novēlu jums visiem drošu māju ceļu. Paldies!
Representatives, let us start the joint press conference by the Speaker of the Saima, Daiga Mieriņa, and Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Stefanchuk. We have 3 working languages, English, Ukrainian, and Latvian, with simultaneous interpretation provided. Now I give the floor to the Speaker of the Saima, Daiga Mieriņa. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to my Ukrainian colleague Ruslan for his invaluable cooperation in organizing the Riga summit. Дуже дякую, Ruslan. I also wish to thank all my parliamentary colleagues who participated in today's summit, whether in person or remotely. Thank you all once again. The representation from countries outside Europe holds particular significance, sending a clear message that Russian aggression is not merely a European or Western problem. Upholding international law and the principles of the United Nations is not the responsibility of any single region or group of countries, nor should it be. Today, we have heard tragic accounts from the Crimean Tatars and discussed Russia's crimes against Ukrainians, the atrocities and cruelties of Russian aggression, child abductions, deportations, as well as matters of territorial integrity, international law, and our duty to seek accountability for flagrant violations of international law. I welcome the strong consensus among my colleagues regarding the need to dedicate all necessary resources to the documentation of these crimes, ensuring full accountability for all the crimes committed. There is also widespread agreement on the need to intensify sanctions pressure in order to deprive Russia of the resources fueling its aggression. Latvia is setting an example both through its military and non-military support, as well as its leadership in demanding accountability from Russia. The crimes committed by Russia will not be swept under the rug. They will be prosecuted, thus ensuring accountability. The policy of non-recognition of the Baltic states' occupation was crucial to restoring Latvia's independence. This non-recognition of occupation gave Latvians the strength not to surrender while also legitimizing our struggle for freedom. Today, Ukraine has received the same encouragement and support from the Riga summit. While support for Ukraine may seem evident to many, we need to continue speaking about it, reminding and explaining why it matters to the entire world. Let today's summit be the guiding light and stand for our commitment in the future. Originally, the Crimea Platform was established to support Ukraine following the illegal occupation of Crimea. However, with the onset of Russia's broader aggression, the platform's agenda has expanded accordingly. Yet, symbolically, Crimea lies at the heart of our efforts. First, it reminds us that Russia's aggression against Ukraine began already in 2014. Second, it sends a clear message that justice can only be achieved through the full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. Crimea was the starting point, and its return to Ukraine remains our goal. At the same time, we must all recognize that the effects of Russian aggression extend beyond Ukraine's borders. This is clear. Russia continues to divide, influence, and intimidate through disinformation and even sabotage operations within our countries. Therefore, we must provide all necessary support to bring Ukraine closer to victory, while simultaneously limiting Russia's capacity to undermine democracy and the rule of law elsewhere. Here I would like to highlight the recent election and referendum results in Moldova. Despite the massive Russian influence campaigns and the resources poured into them, the Moldovan people have successfully safeguarded their democracy and their right to determine their country's path forward. Russian propaganda continues to claim that Russia is always willing to invest more in its imperial ambitions than those who fight for the respect of international law. That's what they say, but I am confident that this is not and cannot be the case. I'm absolutely convinced that Ukraine and all of us will prevail. Russian aggression has not and will not achieve its objectives. Today's parliamentary summit in Riga sends a resounding message. Ukraine is not alone. We stand together with you. We will continue standing together with you until Ukraine's victory. Thank you. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Stefanchuk.
Thank you, dear Daiga, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity and to thank my dear colleague, the Honourable Speaker of Saeima, for the wonderful organization of the Third Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, for the human warmth and for hospitality. I would like to say that we highly appreciate the unwavering support of the people of Latvia, of your president, parliament, government, the municipalities, and every single citizen of Latvia. And this support in our war against the aggressor, against the tyranny in the third millennium, whose actions threat not only Ukraine, but democracy and the international law all over the world, we highly appreciate your efforts. And today's summit, I'd like to emphasize this, brought together a large number of participants. We're talking about over 70 delegations and participants. And I'm grateful to the parliaments and the MPs of all the member countries for the participation in the summit and for the solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I would like to emphasize that the geography has expanded because this is the third summit, and we see that the number of participants and the geography is being expanded considerably. And today we were happy to welcome our colleagues from Argentina, Brazil, Armenia, Tonga, Ghana, Guatemala, and other countries. We can say that the International Crimea Platform is expanding its borders, and this means that the number of those who support Ukraine in its just fight and those who support the Crimean Tatars and their aspirations to go back to their home is constantly growing. Besides, I'd like to emphasize that what was particular about this summit is that we had large participation on behalf of the Crimean Tatars and the representatives of the Crimean Tatar diaspora, and also we have a large representation of the Ukrainian members of parliament. And today our message is very important, and I'd like to express my gratitude that the result of this summit is a statement that was passed unanimously, where all the emphasis was made clearly, starting from the condemnation of the Russian Federation and about the need to always monitor and register all the crimes committed in Ukraine, and all the way to the discussion of the victory plan that was presented by Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Ukrainian parliament. Besides, another important question that was raised today was the appeal to the parliaments to support the resolutions which would recognize the deportation of the Crimea Tatars in 1944 as the genocide of the Crimean Tatars. And for us, we are very happy to say that Latvia was the first to adopt such a resolution, and now Latvia has been joined by Poland, Canada, Lithuania, and Estonia. Besides, dear colleagues, today it's another very important and emotional question was the discussion around Ukraine's accession to NATO and future membership in NATO. And I'm grateful to all the countries that took part in this summit, who are NATO members, for the overwhelming support of Ukraine's accession to NATO. So, dear friends, once again, I bow my hat in gratitude to Latvia and to the Latvian people and to our friends. And I'm confident that we will definitely win and will do everything possible to achieve that. Because, as I said, here we have active and not indifferent people. And these are the people who can bring victory to this world. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to Latvia.
Thank you. Any questions from the media? Please present yourselves and ask questions one by one.
Ďakuju. Labdien, Ina Strasdiņa, Latvijas televīzija.
Hello, Ina Strasdiņa, Latvian television. I have a question for both Madam Mieriņa and Mr. Stefanchuk. Mr. Stefanchuk, you mentioned several takeaways from the summit, but perhaps the first practical steps, what will you take away to Kiev? What would be the first practical steps to be taken? And Madam Mieriņa, what do you see as the practical measures that we can implement already tonight or tomorrow in support of Ukraine and Crimea? And Mr. Stefanchuk, more questions about the situation in Ukraine. So today the occupied territories remain occupied. There's immense pressure from the Russian military in the eastern and southern regions. What is the current situation and needs of Ukraine in this regard, regarding this military pressure? And today the BRICS summit is taking place in Russia. What do you, and the UN, the Secretary General, is visiting this summit. What is your opinion about this? The summit is also covering the issue of the participation of North Korea. And what is your opinion on the participation of North Korea in the war? How does this change the course of the war? Thank you. Allow me to begin with answering the first question about practicalities. So today, all of the members of the summit, everyone spoke about a common understanding of helping Ukraine, that we need to help it in very specific terms. We need to provide more weapons. And this is something that all representatives of parliament can go back home and take this message back to their capitals, that this is the right time to do everything that we can, to provide everything we can in terms of military support for Ukraine to ensure its victory as soon as possible. I also mentioned an example with Latvia has committed itself to devote 0.25% of our GDP annually for the military support of Ukraine, and I've urged my colleagues that all countries should dedicate that same amount, at least that same amount, for military support to Ukraine, and that would definitely achieve Ukraine's victory much sooner. Another practical step that we can take that is very important is that we finally have to allow Ukraine to use weapons as they see fit to target legitimate military targets in Russia, because what Ukraine is doing currently, they're doing everything they can, and they have proven that they are able to use weapons in only against military targets and not to target any civilian infrastructure or civilians. As the sooner they have the weapons they need and the permission to use these weapons as they need, the sooner we will achieve our common goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There were a lot of questions to me, so let me answer them one by one. So I'll start answering from the last question. So how do we evaluate the BRICS summit? So, you know, I mentioned when I was giving my closing remarks, so our meeting in Riga today is the best response, a parliamentary response to what is happening in Kazan today. Today, we demonstrated our total unity in the support for Ukraine and Crimea. But, of course, we have to be honest. open, because I always say that parliamentarians are different from the diplomats, because parliamentarians can speak more freely, because we're not limited by, some international instructions from the foreign ministries. We basically depend only on the opinions of our peoples. So as the chairperson of the Verkhovna Rada, I negatively look at the participation of Gutierrez as representing the UN in the summit in Kazan. And as the representative of Ukraine, the country which is one of the founders of the United Nations, so we understand what are the guiding. We don't understand what is guiding the Secretary General of UN in the summit held by the International Criminal, and why he doesn't have the time to take part in the peace summits that are held by Ukraine. So I would like to receive the answers at least to these questions. Besides, I believe that it's very important today to speak about Ukraine's needs, because the situation is changing and the pressure from Russia is ongoing. Besides, the Russian Federation is attracting the military from North Korea. Russia is using drones and missiles manufactured by Iran. So Russia is uniting those who don't see democracy as the proper governance systems. And our response must be powerful. So when we get back home, we'll start doing our home tasks. So the Ukrainian parliament will start looking at the budget for the next year, because the question of funding the Ukrainian armed forces is #1 priority. Secondly, we will start to carry on with the interparliamentary activities and ask other parliaments to follow the lead that was given by Taiga about allocating funding for Ukraine, because the question of budgets is the question of parliaments. And if every parliament that supports democratic values and principles really pass the decision made by the Latvian parliament today and other Baltic countries about 0.2 GDP for Ukraine support, so I believe we wouldn't even need to find some additional funding for gaining victory in this war. And of course, we'll be talking about the military support for Ukraine, because we clearly understand that today we depend as a country where one of the most atrocious wars of the 21st century is being waged. So we depend on the military support that we needed badly. So the air defense systems, the artillery, ammunition for the artillery pieces, F-16 fighter jets, and the training for our pilots, the support for Ukraine in the energy infrastructure with the possibility to go through this winter. This is all on our agenda. And of course, I'm very grateful that everything that we talked about today was heard by our colleagues from over 70 delegations. So they will go home with clear messages and with their home task, and we'll be asking them to stand together helping Ukraine. And only then Ukraine will definitely win in this war. So thank you once again to all the participants, and we shall overcome.
Iespēja vēl vienam pēdējiem jautājumam.
So have you discussed maybe somewhere in the margins the issue of the release of the Ukrainian citizens kept in the Crimea, including Vladislav Yusupenko, who is from the Radio Liberty? So the issue of the humanitarian support was one of the most important that was being discussed, including the humanitarian support when it comes to liberating the Ukrainian citizens who are in Russian captivity, including those who were abducted from Crimea. And today I would like to emphasize that it's very important that during the third summit of the Crimea Platform, we had Nariman Jalal with us, though this is a vivid example that Ukraine is fighting for every Ukrainian citizen, for every citizen who is kept in captivity. And we will be doing that with all the Ukrainian citizens who are kept imprisoned by Russia, every person, and it's extremely important for us. So the question of bringing back our citizens, bringing back our children who were abducted, kidnapped from Ukraine, and for what? Basically, this is something for what Putin received an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court, and now they are just happily discussing this in Kazan, sitting around the same table with an international criminal. So these are the questions that we'll be raising, and these questions will be raised not only by Ukraine, but all the countries who were here and proved yet again their devotion to what Ukraine is currently fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. So the time allocated for our press conference is over, and I thank both speakers for their participation.